You're listening to 102.9 WFPRLP, Franklin Public Radio. WFPRLP Franklin on 102.9 FM.
bring that down a little bit, the screen?
Huh?
The red light's right in the eyes.
No, I can't.
All right, that's better.
That's all I can do right now.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it being sort of 6 o'clock, they're in the vicinity anyway, we'll bring the April 9th FinCom meeting to order. Do we have any comments from anybody? Take a seat, or you can sit.
Oh, here?
I don't care where you sit.
There's a lot
You
of
can
different
stand, sit,
No, I'll stand.
stand, do
Yeah.
handstands.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
There we
As long
go.
as we can hear you.
All right, everyone can hear me okay?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Corey. I'm back. I'm the Director of Arts and Culture and the Creative Economy, and I just wanted to take a moment to reflect on. Oh, I can hear myself.
No, it's just, go ahead, Corey. Keep going.
Okay. Oh man, I can still hear it. Sorry. Distracting of my neurospicy brain. All right. Anyways, I wanted to take a moment just to reflect back on what was discussed on Monday night, and I appreciate the time to have a moment to do that. So, Monday night, budget hearing and addressing a point that's been on my mind, especially given the number of community members who've also reached out to me about this. Although this wasn't a direct question, I heard the grumbling after I spoke of someone stating that they'd rather hire a teacher. That was difficult to hear on many levels. I come from a family of educators, and guess what? There are teachers. Who would have thought? And they're a big part of the work, of the reason why I do this work. I've grown up seeing the uncertainty that often surrounds arts funding, the constant question of what will be cut and whether there'll be enough resources in the community. Too often, arts are the first to be reduced, both in schools and beyond, and their value is overlooked. I chose to work in arts leadership because I believe strongly in advocating in the role that arts play in the community well-being. I'd like to encourage us, all in this room, as community organizers, to think in terms of a full ecosystem of support for our residents. In a town of 33,000 people, this community work is intended to support everyone, not just one group within it. That includes students, but also it includes their teachers, their parents, neighbors, and seniors. All of these people make up the civic fabric that is Franklin. Art strengthens communities socially, educationally, and economically. That being said, I recognize that I also need to do a better job aligning on a shared language when I'm describing this work. I'm a creative person, so talking finances isn't, I would say, my number one strength. But I'm here because I want to make sure I'm getting better at that and advocating for the community. On Monday night, I didn't regurgitate my full budget narrative. Instead, I provided a snapshot of projects and highlighted the external funding that I've been leveraging. My goal was to convey that the department helps offset its own cost, representing just 0.079% of the entire town budget. This department is not just programming, it's an economic development tool that supports local businesses and contributes to the tax base. Arts and culture connect generations in a lifelong community asset. You never age out of arts and culture. They continue to drive cultural tourism and economic activity at every stage of life. And this is where the creative economy, in my title, comes into focus. Cultural tourism operates on multiple levels of engagement, attracting regional visitors to Franklin while also creating meaningful, everyday experiences for our residents. This level of impact doesn't happen by accident. It's built through intentional layers of outreach and engagement. It begins with community planning meetings and stakeholder input to ensure programming reflects local needs and interests. It's strengthened through grant applications and external funding strategies that expand these offerings without increasing the burdening on taxpayers. From there, the work is carried forward through partnerships with local organizations, artists, and businesses, amplified through coordinating marketing, both digital and print, to reach diverse audiences across all age groups. Because not everybody wants to be doom scrolling every night. We need some tangible, tactile things to hold and read. This strategy directly influences economic behavior by shaping awareness, participation, and visitation patterns. A key component of this work is building consistent measurable metrics, which also informs my budget request to increase the marketing allocation from $5,000 to $12,000. Since stepping into this role in February of 2024, I have been laying the foundation for tracking engagement systems that previously did not exist for this cultural programming in Franklin. This includes analyzing reach and participation through targeted social media marketing, as well as collecting direct survey feedback from residents, community organizers, and vendors. These efforts allow us to better understand who we're reaching, how residents are engaging, and where we can improve. An example of these metrics are laid out right in front of you. It gives you a nice snapshot of some social media marketing, as well as demonstrating the collected data on a program that Carrie referred to on Monday night, which was our Aretha Franklin programs. To give community program context, the Franklin Downtown Partnership previously hosted a holiday stroll, but due to volunteer capacity, the event no longer was able to continue. In 2024, in response to that gap, I worked with the Cultural Council District Committee alongside the support of the Downtown Partnership to create the Aretha Franklin programs. And this program was intentionally developed to reintroduce seasonal economic activity and bridge cultural community programming during one of the most important times of the year. An increased investment in targeted social media advertising would expand the program's reach beyond Franklin, attracting regional visitors, which in turn drives attendance, increases time spent downtown, and translates directly into revenue for local businesses. This is Franklin capturing a share of that $25 billion cultural tourism industry. If just 100 additional regional visitors attend through this targeted marketing and spend $25 to $75 in the results, that's $2,500 to $7,500 in direct economic activity from a relatively small investment. A reminder that the metrics that I've shared are directly relating to the Aretha Franklin programming, which is just 1 day of programming. That's 1 day of economic boom. The goal is to grow, expand, and scale it over time. And this is how arts and culture initiatives drive cultural tourism, and cultural tourism in turn functions as an economic driver. I share all this information to align ourselves in recognizing that arts, culture, education, and economic development are all interconnected. When we invest in that full ecosystem, the entire community benefits. Last point of reflection, I promise, I'm almost done. And for a minimal cost, this department currently, a one-person show, me, represents just 0.079% of the entire town budget, while contributing to a strong economy, creating accessible opportunities for our residents, and connecting with our community members. I am so unbelievably proud of all the work that we've done the past 2 years in building the systems together. And I just can't wait. As I said on Monday night, we're at the steps and hub of something it's gonna be really great for the town. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Oops.
Can I ask a quick question? Public comment, do we have a time frame on public comment or no?
We typically have never
Oh, okay.
put a limit on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is interesting. Sarah Amaral, Senior Center Director. I just want to say thank you. I had a few thoughts that I'm really excited to share before you deliberate tonight. I first wanted to start by saying thank you. I've been watching all 3 nights. I'm a little tired. I'm sure that you all do. And I really appreciate the depth and seriousness of these conversations. Our community survey told us something important. People are overwhelmingly happy with the services they receive, but they don't trust our government. They called for deeper review, more transparency, even a forensic audit. And watching these hearings, this is it. You're asking the hard questions. You're digging into every line, every assumption, every department. Whether people agree with the outcomes or not, this is exactly the level of scrutiny and engagement that has been asked for. And I've never been happier to see this level of focus on the biggest issue facing our town. I do want to offer one perspective that I think has been missing from some of these conversations. We present department by department, but the reality is none of us operate that way. We're deeply interconnected, and when one area is impacted, it doesn't stay contained, it ripples. Just from my department alone, and I could probably make an example to every department, but I just picked a few. When I hear discussions about fire staffing and ambulance coverage, I get nervous because our population, older adults, calls 911 more than the norm and more than I'd like to. I once held one of our members experiencing a brain bleed while he was actively vomiting on me for 17 minutes, the longest 17 minutes of my life. while we waited for co-response from Bellingham. One of our success stories, though. He's doing great now. And that's not theoretical, right? That's real. When behavioral health resources are reduced, it shows up at our front desk. I've had to issue more trespass orders in the past year than ever before. And the support that used to help guide those situations, like the school resource officer, are no longer there. We also used to have a deputy town administrator at our FCAT meetings. That perspective, that coordination, it really mattered. That same leadership started and continued with the help of Corey Shea, brought Social RX, formerly Art Pharmacy, to Franklin. We were the first town in the country to use opiate settlement funds this way, connecting people to art, culture, and community as a form of health intervention. And where does that funding go? Right back into the local economy, to the Black Box, to the library, to concerts in town, to the senior center, to Pete's Nerd Emporium downtown. When facilities are stretched, our buildings feel it. We're no longer consistently able to support carpet cleaning, floor stripping and waxing, and window washing. And now we're exploring revenue ideas, like renting out our space, like other departments have talked about. But I have to ask, how do we responsibly bring more people into a building when we're already seeing deterioration just from our day-to-day? When we talk about administrative capacity, this one hits home. There's a proposal for an Immunis administrator in this budget. And I just want to say respectfully, that's not a luxury, it's infrastructure. Right now, our payroll process at the senior center takes over an hour because we're manually entering timesheets for all of our staff. That's not sustainable. And to the finance department, I say this with love, you're angels. The number of times I've called for help from all of these folks, they should really be getting overtime pay at this point. But imagine how much time we could all give back, not just to me, but across departments, if we had the capacity to fully utilize the systems we already have. And this all aligns with what's been said during these hearings. From Tom, there's not much left to cut. From Shannon, on the other side, nothing changes if nothing changes. Because from where I sit, this doesn't feel like an expense problem anymore. It feels like a revenue problem. And I want to be clear about what I mean by that. Saying it's a revenue problem does not mean I'm standing up here, well, sitting, because I'm lazier than Corey. I'm not up here advocating for an override, because that's not the only option. There have been conversations, Jamie has talked about them for close to a decade, about other potential revenue strategies, but we just haven't acted on them yet. I also want to briefly acknowledge the conversation around using free cash. Do I think it's the ideal solution? No. But I also think it's important to recognize we're already making decisions that are not fiscally ideal. And I'm not saying two wrongs make a right, but hear me out. We're not contributing to OPEB at the level we should be. We're not fully preparing for future liabilities like hold harmless. And it's not because we want to. It's because we're constantly being forced to choose between two bad options. And time again, we've chosen the option that protects people, that protects services, that protects the human side of this work. As the town administrator said, we're at a crossroads. We either downgrade services or we find a way to sustain them. I also want to touch on something I've heard discussed about needing people to feel the pain to drive engagement. I understand that concept completely. Engagement has been dismal. And how else do we get the public to pay attention? That's valid. But I will tell you very clearly, in my department, which serves a vulnerable population, that pain is going to be absorbed by staff long before it ever reaches the public. Because we will continue to do more with less. We will stretch ourselves further. We will shield the people we serve for as long as we possibly can. Not because it's sustainable, because it's who we are. And I can tell you that's not unique to me. That's every department head in the town of Franklin. I came before the town council in November asking to start these conversations early, to work together. In January, we pushed engagement through our personal newsletter, through a Council on Aging board, and through our friends group. And now, seeing this level of discussion, this level of attention, I'm genuinely grateful. Because this is what it looks like to take the issue seriously. So tonight, I'm not here with the answers. You're gonna deliberate that soon. But I am here to say, thank you for asking the hard questions. Thank you for doing the work. And please continue to look at this, like Jen said, not department by department, but as a system. Because that's how we experience it every single day. Thank you.
Anyone else? Tough acts to follow, but you're welcome to.
You can do it for it.
Yeah.
gonna go, are you okay with me doing the joint budget subcommittee
If
piece
you-
now?
Of course. Yes.
I sent Carrie a note, because I wanted to put this on the agenda. The joint budget subcommittee, who will be instrumental in voicing our opinion with the town council and the school committee to discuss options on how we fix this long-term. There's 4 members from finance, myself, George, Ryan, and Lauren Nagel. Just going through these proceedings, I realized that beyond having kind of some personal time commitments, I feel like there's just members in the group who have a lot more energy. I've done this already. I have gone through an extensive joint subcommittee process where we sat through and we talked to the town, and I feel like I have exhausted my voice. So I recommend that I drop my role in the committee in lieu of Shannon, who is not here, but I did talk to her, and she was very interested in the role. So I don't know if we have to do an official motion.
So do I just stay the alternate?
I was gonna
Okay.
say that.
Or I guess we have to like, I guess, if anybody
Well,
has any.
I think you
thoughts
guys
on it.
should, if you're gonna replace somebody, I think you guys should deliberate it to make sure that other members don't have other nominations or other people that wanna be on it, right? Like, and if the alternate is the choice, great. If the alternate's not the choice, like, you know, you have to reshuffle the deck, you know, in some ways. And I think it's fair to have everybody make sure that they have, if they're interested in it, it's just fair to speak up now if other people are interested in it. And there should be.
I may be interested.
Okay, so Shannon is interested?
Shannon is
And I
interested.
assume, Ryan, you confirm that?
She was not there on the night where we did it originally.
She wasn't, okay.
Yeah, but she was very interested and disappointed to hear that that was the thing she missed, the one meeting she missed.
And Lauren
I'm
is
sure she's
not.
disappointed tonight too. Is this, are you interested as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So you've got,
She's our alt at the moment,
she's the alternate at the moment, that's
Yeah.
correct.
right?
So if Natalie didn't show up, obviously Jen would fill in. But the meeting, just so everybody knows, is first meeting's next Thursday. So I think starting off with a full deck is really important for that meeting. The agenda will be out tonight or tomorrow morning. I did, just for everybody's clarity, Superintendent and I did meet with the chair, George, and the chair of the council, and the chair of the joint budget, Ken Ajuku, and Paul Griffith last week. We did settle on an agenda, just so everybody knows, that the meeting's not gonna have any big decisions. It's just gonna be trying to talk about a framework and like probably a little bit of a debrief on these meetings, and then where do we go in May, June, and then in the future, so. But I think you guys should have a deliberation about, you know, you've got 3 interested parties, right? And then you've got the one seat that Natalie's stepping down from, and then depending on the decision about who fills her seat, you might have the alternate seat as well. So I think you guys should talk about that.
So can I just comment quick? So I'm fine staying the alternate. I guess my concern becomes too that we have a member that hasn't been through any of these hearings. Does that impact the joint budget or no?
Well, what do you mean by that?
Lauren's been out
The whole
for
week.
board meetings.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean,
I mean,
I
that's-
don't know, but I mean, we've covered a lot of ground in 4 or 5 nights, right? So
So,
that would be my only concern.
I think right now, to that point, I think y'all should really pick 4 people. And with all due, I mean, the alternate is like, just
I'm
kinda
fine
there,
staying where
like-
I am
Okay.
as the alternate.
Okay.
So,
Then we'll keep the alternate.
thank you.
All right, so then Jen's taking herself off. I guess
Yeah.
the question is, does Shannon and Tom make sense to replace Natalie and Lauren? And you're right, Lauren hasn't been here all week. I think we all know Lauren well. I don't know how she'll feel about being removed.
I'm gonna guess
Natalie,
she
you probably
is,
know her the best.
yes, she's very similar to me in having a lot of those kind of professional and personal conflicts where this can become a lot. And I would guess that she would be okay with it, but I can't,
Right.
like,
Obviously,
so,
can't
yeah,
speak.
can't,
Why
but,
does someone talk to her?
yeah.
yes,
Talk
so
to her.
that's what I was just gonna say, Mr.
I'll
Chairman,
see if I can track
we
it.
can both, reach out to her.
Yeah.
She reached out to us and we were both, saying that her time was limited and getting limited, but we still wanted her to be on the committee. But we can reach out and see how she feels about the joint budget subcommittee.
So this meeting's next week though,
Next
right?
week.
And
Week.
this needs an act, like an act from this committee to appoint people to that
Yep.
meeting?
Does it make sense to just, for today,
Mm-hmm.
swap Natalie out and Shannon in, and then Tom and Lauren can discuss, and then whether that happens for Thursday or whether it happens for a meeting after, like Lauren's in the position until,
Can't swap, I think you have to vote.
Yeah.
yeah, like,
Yeah.
at the next meeting where we can vote, we could make that
We have
swap
a meeting on the 26th.
official. Right,
Right.
but like, option of people to go on Thursday, it's the first one, and then go from there. Are they?
I think you need to
recorded?
have, I think you were on the right path. What I thought you were gonna end with was, why don't we just check with, if you guys are comfortable with Shannon and Tom replacing Natalie and Lauren, why don't you just vote that now, and then we'll check in with Lauren, and
Make
if
sure she's fine.
if Lauren wants to maintain it, then then Tom's out. If
Sure.
Lauren's like, he can have it, then Tom can fill in, and then the 4 people that have been here for these hearings will at least start off next Thursday with a
Sure.
complete slate, so there's no switcheroonies in the middle of it, because then we have to wait till May or June to
Yeah, I
vote.
just don't wanna like vote
And I
Lauren
don't-
out of a position when she's not here to say anything about
Yeah.
it, like.
I think she'll be fine with it, yeah.
Yeah, if we do that, and then
I feel like we've talked about finance committee conflicts enough that I feel like she would understand.
And Lauren's been on the board for 4 years, I think, maybe.
Yeah,
She's
and
been
she-
over 1 full term.
Yeah.
And she was on the joint budget the
She
last
went through the
couple
last
years.
go around with
So
them,
it's
yeah.
the same thing as you. She's been through the cycles,
Yeah.
right? So I'm gonna hedge my bet on knowing Lauren fairly well that
Mhm.
she will give it up.
Yeah.
I'm not a gambling man. I wouldn't put money on it, but I would take a guess that that would be the case, and I think she'd be more than happy to have somebody engaged like Tom that's been here for the whole week and be respectful of that. I think we just gotta do the admin to just double check with her.
I'll be on plane, so,
You will?
on Thursday,
Yeah.
yeah, so you gotta go.
Oh, you're not here Thursday?
Well, the plot thickens.
Quick action on the alternate.
Well, and just for the record, like, I know one counselor is gonna be on Zoom on vacation.
Well,
And I just
to be
don't think-
clear, like, we
yeah.
proposed a half dozen dates, which were all rejected because another group was very specific that they could only meet on like one day at one time.
And there was and I think you're totally right, and you were on those email chains, but I also think like, there was just this overwhelming reason from a few people to have a meeting early. And I don't think a tremendous amount is gonna get done. One thing we did put on the agenda, by the way, was your suggestion of an orientation
Yeah.
through the budget, so we did put that on, and then it's just a global conversation about goals, which,
Perfect.
who knows?
Yeah, I mean, also meet all of each other, you don't
And meet all-
necessarily know each other, like,
Yeah,
not
totally.
to, like, I know Ken was on with us, but like, Tom, you joined after Ken was even in this group, I don't know if
Yeah.
you met Ken, like, it would be good to meet Ken,
Yeah.
right? Like, that kind of thing, you gotta do before you're gonna do anything productive together as a body, so.
Are you available to be an alternate next Thursday while he's gone?
Yeah, I guess. I thought you'd at
Or
least
go,
show-
or,
I
or,
thought
or,
you'd at least show up for the
the other
vote.
thing is too, is even if you're not there, it's not, obviously, we're probably wasting more time than it's even worth right now. Like, oh my God, you missed a meeting. Like, one person's gonna be on Zoom. Like, this isn't gonna be like
It's
the
fine.
day the
I'll
peace
try
treaty,
to-
the peace
Yeah.
treaty comes out.
I'll
Like,
make it work and I can do Zoom if
If you
necessary.
can't go, let me know, I will try to stand by on an earlier flight or something, but
No,
like.
no, please.
but I think the
Good luck
germane
with
point is
that.
having to
Travel
vote
2 days a
for
month,
No,
Tom
it's
and.
and I couldn't avoid those 2 days.
There's a Zoom link anyways, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. There was like a million dates that could not work, which just shows how.
Off to a great start.
Okay.
So official motion?
Yeah.
Yep.
So official motion to have Shannon and Tom replace me and Lauren on the joint budget subcommittee.
If she's amenable to it.
Yes, if she's amenable to
So
it,
moved.
yes.
Second, someone?
Second.
In favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Don't dare. Okay. You're up.
All right, how can I share a screen? Can I ask about process?
Nay.
Okay,
I'm gonna wing the
You're gonna have to
HDMI
figure out
cable
the
here.
shares.
I'm just gonna
Yeah.
give it a whirl.
Right over here.
Okay.
Is it this one?
how do we want to
Yep.
approach this?
Do that. See if that works.
I mean, Ryan has a list of,
So hang on.
okay,
I gotta make sure I can consume HDMI.
I wish I didn't have my hearing aids on, I wouldn't have heard you. I could have kept on talking.
See it. Yeah.
Do you anything?
Nope. We're looking on. I mean, it's gonna be up there.
And over
Is it
there.
another plug? Oh yeah, over there.
That's all I got. Oh, there it is.
There we go.
Okay.
Yep, it'll get there.
We-
Boom.
So, Tom, to your question, I have a structure that I wanted to propose for us to go through tonight. We can edit that however we want, like we can change it. I just tried to, in 5 minutes while we were having technical difficulties, put something together. I also tried to make Copilot make this look better, which was an epic fail. So we have a white slide with text on it. But, you know, as I think we've
Whoops,
mentioned.
now we have,
Yeah, it's okay. So I've created a list. This is the goals that we had laid out the other night. And then I started with a list, but I don't want anybody to hyper-focus on the details at the moment. The general idea would be to go around and everybody effectively say if there were items in what we heard over the last 3 nights that you wanted to discuss further for change. Like that you thought we didn't fully land on what the right answer was in the discussions we've had so far, and we wanted to reopen that discussion. Doesn't mean we're necessarily going to change it, but line items that you thought we should put on a list to discuss. Then we could basically pulse the group, show of hands, an eye, whatever, to gauge interest on each of those items. If there is an item that only one member is interested in changing, and everyone else feels strongly that like that line item should remain untouched, then we'll just move past that item. But if 3 or more members, and we can adjust that to 2 or 1, like whatever, but some, you know, I'll say general interest is gauged, and enough people are interested, then we would form a smaller list of just the items that had, I'll say, critical interest. We would then have a fuller discussion of those items. We could then come to a proposed amount, up, down, adjustment we would propose. Then we would be able to have a list at the end that we could make a final vote on. Depending on how that list looked, we could either do a line-by-line vote. The risk with the line-by-line is that we may not land at a balanced budget, right? We may have more puts than takes and vice versa. Or we could say we're confident in the list, if we feel like the discussion has gone smoothly and the list we land on everyone feels pretty good about, we could just make that our recommendation in whole. We can make that decision towards the end. That would be a structure, open to any others. I just tried to put something for us to work on so it can be more working session.
I think it's a good structure.
Is that? Okay.
Can I ask one question? Can we just have an ability to answer any clarifying questions before we start this? Is that okay?
Sure.
Yep.
This is an open discussion.
Go ahead.
Yeah, through Mr. Chair, so whatever y'all decide, one opportunity to maybe do that, because you've got like some lists, is if you want to go through the voting document, like the council does, and they go through and they go town council, TA, comptroller, whatever, and you could ask the group, do you want to make any changes? It may make it go a little quicker because there's probably like maybe 10 or 15 departments that no one's going to say, well, we're not going to cut the conservation agent because we can't. You know, it is one way that the council does get through the whole budget quickly without bouncing around from different areas. That's also just something for you to consider. I can, you know, obviously Ryan's got his slides up now, but you can just walk through the voting document and say.
And we'll just hold any that we want to
And you hold any that you want to hold, and if you want to hold it, okay. Like finance committee, hold. Do we all agree on $1,000, right?
Sure.
Town administrator, hold, yay or nay. Fine, you know, you just go through it, and at least you can just blow through half, probably, I'm just guessing, probably half, like it's half the budget may not even have any discussion. On the other hand, you may just go through every line item, every department rather, and be able to just cleanly ask anybody whether there's one person that has it. That's how the council does it, and it may make it go through a little bit quicker. But that's not deviating away from your agreed upon structure. That's just like walking through it and saying in order so we're not bouncing around all over the place.
I have no objection to that.
Yeah.
Anybody?
I like Ryan's approach.
I guess my fear with that, Jamie, is that we may get one
Okay.
section in and then lost in some lengthy discussion that then
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
we're not voting anymore.
You could.
Then we
Yep.
lose the vote pretty
Sure.
quick.
Yep, it's just the way the council does it, and it's
Why
pretty
don't we do
quick.
this? Put yours up. We'll read them through
Yeah.
and maybe eliminate
Sure.
them right there.
Well, so I think the first step would be to add. I mean, I took, I'll say, some notes, but I am one opinion. If anyone else has notes from all the sessions of that line item kind of stood out, just shout them out and I'll add them, and then we can order it by department, right? So it's similar to the order of the budget.
I don't know how to frame this, but I'll think about it later.
Can you make that bigger?
No, what I'm thinking about, you know, we talked about other stuff, and I was focusing on revenues and processes and some things. Do we also want to end the list, in a sense, of projects that we want to, or things we want to delve into, revenue side, whatever at the end of this meeting.
So I have one example of that on here, but I think we would add those two, and those would be less of a budget recommendation and more of a additional recommendation of things to pursue.
Yeah.
And so like that one that's listed as just revenue and fees, right, I think we hit on the recycling center, and its fee, I think, is almost nominal. If it went up $10, I doubt anybody would balk at that. But we don't, that's not part of the budget.
That's where my head's at.
So we can put to town
Yeah.
council, we also think you should review that fee line item as like a rider to our recommendation.
Yeah, no.
Bingo, that last piece is exactly correct. What you could calculate for revenue to add to the budget is a little harder to do at this juncture, but exactly, I think you'd basically make a separate recommendation in the letter that I said, working with Kerry, additional items, right? Consider raising the recycling sticker, consider raising the parking fee, like whatever.
Yeah. Any and all.
Yeah.
Just from a recording perspective, the discussion is great, but a lot of people are going to want to hear it. And unfortunately, Ryan, when you turned away, the voice disappears from the microphone. So you can position the microphone closer to you if you're going to turn to talk. And then similarly, have the others do something like that as well.
When I have one behind me and one ahead, I start doing this, but I will
Watch-
look
watch.
here where it's
Yes.
the biggest and closest to me.
Ryan,
Thank
pull
you,
that, pull that in
thank you.
closer,
Much
too.
appreciated. And again, it's great discussion, but everybody wants to hear it.
Echoing so much though in here. I was just trying to keep it but okay. You good now? All right. So
Clarifying question.
go nuts.
Do you happen to know, and I should have asked this earlier, so I do apologize, new positions added in FY '24, '25, and '26?
I
They
do
should've-
not know
I
that
mean,
right
I think,
now. That would take me a little bit to work on.
The only
I mean,
reason I'm
off
asking.
the top of my head,
Yeah.
the only position I think, just give me a minute here.
Okay.
I mean, certainly Corey's position was added a few years ago. I think it was in FY '24.
Okay,
Playing Jedi mind tricks with the HR director,
Yeah,
and
so
I'm
was
trying
that-
to, I don't
she
think
is-
there's anything
she's
else
looking-
that's new, because,
communication manager?
well, that's like, we've had that for 6 years, it just got laid off twice in budget cuts.
But I guess filled, new positions filled. Like if we got it cut, right, and then we brought it back.
Yeah, that's one that was brought back.
Okay.
But that was only brought back, remember, because they cut the deputy town administrator, which
So
is
that
also
was just filled this year?
2 months ago. But also,
Okay.
I'll just note that in my contract, there's a contractual mandate to fulfill the deputy town administrator.
I'm familiar, but I was
So,
actually gonna ask you that because.
Unfortunately, I can't speak too much in detail about that because there's a contract negotiation issue. So I can't, unfortunately, it's an executive session matter, so I can't fully describe that. But,
Okay, that was actually gonna be my
It was a
question.
consolation prize, the communications position, to bring that back. Because the community had identified communications in our citizen survey as something that was deficient. So it was like, okay, Jamie needs somebody else other than him and Julie. So we'll give him a communications person. By the way, that was my recommendation. It's not like somebody came to me and said, oh, could you fill a communications thing? I saw the survey. Amy did a lot of some of that work.
Yeah,
And it obviously is an issue, so I tried to pick up whatever shrapnel I could from whatever I can't talk about publicly from executive session about my contract issues. I wish I could talk about it, but I can't.
that's helpful. No, that's helpful.
Sorry, yeah.
No, that's
I hope
helpful.
that's helpful enough.
It is.
But it is still in my contract, so it is a legal obligation for them to fulfill it, and that's certainly probably an issue that'll come up in a couple months.
Well, and I guess that's helpful, just the context of it, because that was, in my mind, I'm thinking, why didn't we fill that position and not the communication one? Because I feel but now that makes sense to me, so thank you. So that's it, just the two?
I think so.
Karen is trying to do some work.
I would know how to run a report to get this for you.
Jen, I'm just for the purposes of the meeting,
Yeah,
like, I
no,
can't
we can
think
go
of
on.
anything
That's
else
okay.
off the top of my head. We've made some reshuffles.
Mm-hmm.
Like the conservation department, we reshuffled. The senior center, when there was a resignation, we did some reshuffling. We got the LPN back.
Okay.
We did a reshuffling last year to bring back the paramedics. Like, I'm sorry to I just don't think there's any other new.
We added the 2 ambulance people earlier this year. I
Yeah,
wanna
but
say.
they were in there, they got cut,
Cut and then
people were
came
upset they
back.
got cut, we brought
Right.
them back, the revenue just started coming back, so like,
I
But there's
only,
nothing, but to your question, there was no new positions that were unfilled
Okay.
or that were never not in the budget before. Like, there's no other assistant, anything. All of the other positions in this budget have been in the budget for a long time, for at least 2 or 3 fiscal years is what I'm guessing.
okay,
The succession planning for the deputy facilities director started 3.5 years ago, when Mr. D'Angelo was gonna retire. So that was also one that had been funded in year past but came back. So there's nothing else new.
okay.
Like, there was a new idea that popped in that we put into the budget, other than the director of arts and culture and creative economy.
Okay, yeah, and I was just curious because looking at the historical data, it looked like there was a big shift in that 24-25 year, so I was just trying to figure out
Yep.
what that was, and if there were additional. No, that's okay.
24, 25, 26?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll work on it.
Okay.
yeah, just,
Get
and,
an idea.
and again, it's probably gonna be hard for you to tell because some of them were positions that were probably already in there.
Yeah, I mean, I know
that
the
were cut.
names and I could probably.
Couple titles
get
changed,
some stuff
right?
in.
Like with like the senior center, we
Well, like I
changed-
heard the other night, the facilities, that they have the 3 deputies and 1 was just hired. Did we always have 3 positions
We
then?
always had 3 positions, correct, that's my
Yeah,
point. It's
that's,
like,
that's what I'm
it's
asking.
like the titles, like a couple of the titles were shifted. When we did the reform at the senior center after the resignation last fall,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
some of the titles changed.
Okay,
The conservation director
So it's
still
hard
has that
to
title,
really-
but we didn't have a part-time
Okay.
assistant for that department, but now we do because of part-time. So all of that though are generally revenue new. In fact, most of those changes probably saved a few $1,000s here or there.
Okay.
Because when Mr. D'Angelo retired, the new person came in at a lower salary.
right,
The new deputy facilities director came in at a lower salary than what Kevin had made when he was deputy. So when you actually look at all that, almost all of those transitions and retirements and stuff came in and actually saved a few $1,000s here or there, depending on those departments. But all those positions were still always in the budget.
Okay,
In
that's
one
helpful.
shape, in one way or another.
thank you.
Ryan, I would suggest on this list, for a purpose of debate, adding everything called out in the executive summary for the new ads for employees. That would be deputy town administrator. I think you have that.
I don't, hang on. So just go one at a time and I'll just add them.
So it would be deputy town administrator, 190, and whatever the benefits load would be. The munis admin at 100, which probably would need to net that down by the consulting line, which was like 26 or something.
Yeah,
And that,
So
it was like
yeah.
a 52, right? Because it's like other stuff that got shuffled that would have to get
Correct.
unshuffled.
I reduced the salary line item, I reduced an expense line item, and Karen in her HR reduced her expenses by
I'll get the
5,000.
number.
Would those-
I'll get the
So the net was only like 40, I think.
Would the other stuff go
Yeah.
back up though? So like one of them was like,
Expenses.
So
Yeah,
the
$5 grand
expense-
for a
The
non-
expense line item and mine would absolutely go up because I would have to
So
hire a
let's,
consultant.
let's table the
Yeah.
amount.
sure,
Yeah.
sure, sure,
Because
sure.
if we don't have critical mass to even talk about it, then we won't worry about the
Yep.
amount.
Assessors, the administrative assistant on the assessors for 54.6.
Yep.
And I think you have one officer on here, so it would be the other one as well, again, for completeness of.
Yes.
And Jamie, if we decide not to fill a position or add a position, can it be added later?
meaning by,
Town council.
Oh, no, can it be added in November?
With benefits budget?
well, it could, I mean, depending on a lot of things here, right?
Mhm.
Like, I mean, so, are you, just use an example, like you talked about the administrative assistant,
That's the example I'm thinking about, as we do a deeper dive, in a sense, when we talk to the assessor's office or whatever, and we find out there is a potential to increase revenues by having this person, we'd make a recommendation, say, in November to add that person.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, you would, if you added it in November, what we would do is we'd make it effective January 1, it would be half that salary, but also the revenue gain you would get from it would be half as well, right? So that's, and that's actually, by the way, a trick we use in municipal government all the time. Like, you could say, oh, the deputy town administrator, the munis admin, we can make those effective January 1, slices the salary down to half, and then what you do is you do half a year, but then you bake it into the tax levy for the next year, and it kind of smooths out the introduction of new positions. The downside with almost all of those, but particularly the
Yes, admin.
upgrade
October.
The assessor admin, like, if you're doing it so that you can bring back new growth, then what's
Delay
the
it.
point? Why delay it, right?
Yeah,
But I'm just using.
But
the
that's
fire-
just an
Yeah.
example.
Yeah, and just-
Yeah.
You could bring it back in November if like state aid went up or, absolutely. That's what the recap is for, the last meeting in November before the tax rate hearing. Correct.
Anything else? And like, again, like, let's not overly stress the amount at the moment, but anything else that was
Sure.
discussed that like we wanna put on the list?
I
Any
can't see what's
department.
up there, so that's the problem.
Just shout them out, and if I have them, I tried to, from the
Yeah.
conversations, I tried to capture what I could, but, you know, shout out whatever you got.
Just for the munis admin, you nailed it. It's 52,250. Pretty close. Just if you want to, I just looked it up.
Yep, okay.
Now, Jim, what can't you see, that screen?
Yeah, I can't
It's
see
right
that.
there.
Yeah, not much better, but thank you.
Really?
No, because I'm on an angle.
Oh.
The
You're
pixels
losing
don't work
half the
this way.
screen.
It's
Yeah.
okay, just
That's
shout
fine.
them out.
I'm trying to see what's up there.
I think you've got
So,
Don't worry about it.
So my big one was, do you want the department, or are you not going that deep?
Just start with the department, and then I'll kinda know if I have it.
Yeah, so facilities was my big one.
Okay,
Um,
that's these four here.
so one of the reductions was one of the deputy directors. And then, reducing some of the expense line items to, the total of $175,000. Do you want me to individual lines?
Actually, I think I might have both already, so I had
Okay.
just staff reduction in general, and I said 200K overall.
You
but,
went a
like,
little higher,
We could,
okay.
yeah. I
No,
think it
that's
was-
fine.
'cause
That's
I think
fine.
you had maybe mentioned that, and then Shannon had mentioned some custodians.
Yep.
But we could, again, we could.
Yep, that's
dig
fine, as
deeper
long as
on
it's
the
up
line
there.
items. And then the other one, you had said some of the expenses. I had marked down water and other contractual services, which both rose a
Right.
bunch to like rein those back in.
Right.
And like, but if you,
That's perfect.
okay. Any other departments, Jen?
No. Let me go through it, you
Okay,
can look.
yeah.
Sorry, I was hoping to just clarify some of the expense budgets. I think we should keep in mind that Kevin Harn just started this position fully, I couldn't even tell you why, last spring. So the former director really had his own system of doing his budget for a long, long time. Last year in FY '25, the former director went on leave and Kevin was jumping right into the budget. So there's a lot of stuff that might seem that a certain line's going up or down too much, but I think that is probably classified differently in Mike's head of where he would put something compared to where Kevin does. When he was creating his budget, he was doing his best to look at each line individually and say, what do I need? Without necessarily looking like, wait, it was, maybe it looked much lower. So I think we really need to think about the facilities budget as a whole rather than getting stuck on individual lines, because I'm very confident that Kevin came up with that right number for this year.
Sure, and
And just
if I
so
could,
you,
just if
yeah.
we could hold that type of comment, because that's great color.
Sure, yep, sorry,
But
we're still
until
going.
we actually
Okay.
start reviewing the sections, let's just get a list.
Sure.
And then we can go section by section, and we'll want to take comment on
Sorry,
each
yep.
section
And I
as
would
we
think just
deliberate.
facilities as a whole, I know you're gonna discuss it anyway, but just think of it that way.
Sure,
Thank you.
let's build our list. And then
Yeah,
we'll-
okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks for redirecting
Ryan,
me.
could you by chance collapse the ribbon just so we can get more zoom on this and hopefully
Yes,
uh,
yes, I can.
allow everyone to show tabs only? Yeah, there we go. Then we can zoom
I
maybe
don't like
a little bit
working
more.
like this.
I know.
Weird. This would freak me out.
It drives me
How do I
nuts.
insert a bit like a
Yeah,
column
I
quickly?
think-
I can't.
It's okay, it's okay.
Can you now?
Ryan, you can.
Just trying to solve the problem where some of us can't
Oh.
see it. So if we can get into this a little
Now that you got rid of my ribbon, the
Control
button is
zoom.
gone.
Your control scroll.
I love Excel, guys.
Good, that's
There
good.
we
Way
go.
to
I can do control alt.
do. Nicely done.
Give me Lois, give me Lois.
Hotkeys.
Good.
Whoop.
Each time we add a thing, I'm gonna have to.
Now you get number
You will,
signs.
but
now you gotta fix your.
now we
formatting
can see.
Make it a little
on
bit bigger.
policy.
You'll be a master by
There you go.
I am a master at Excel.
Oh.
I just don't like
Yeah.
working this way.
I know you are.
I like my ribbon.
Yeah. You
I like format painting. Anybody else? Anybody have any notes from the sessions, the questions we grilled every single person? What do we got?
You have the police cruisers into operating budget, if we're also looking at that. I know that they had the normal expenses, that was another, that's, yeah, line 34. They had normal expenses on top of that, as well as fire had 10,000 of normal operating expenses that they put through capital. I feel like we should build in, or discuss.
How much was fire?
I thought it was 10, was light, theirs was lighter, 10 to 15.
And any idea on the police, just a ballpark number to start
Let's
with?
say 100.
Yeah, and that was like the tasers and the.
Yeah.
Body armor, what's the other one?
So theirs was 440. Police?
Correct, which
It's 100
includes
and the
cruisers,
So,
right?
yep,
'Cause- Yeah, so he has
345.
340 for cruisers.
345 for cruisers and then 95 for the other
Oh,
stuff.
okay, so it's close.
What was the other one you were looking for?
Comprehension, the fire,
100,000 for gear.
ooh, 100,000,
Yeah.
way up on that. Oh, cause it was like something
Per-
per fighter.
yeah.
So low number times multiples.
Is there another one? No, that was it.
That was it.
Tom, did you have anything in your notes on the revenue side that we should add?
Well, I was looking at, I think it's a different discussion, but the fees are okay. I was looking at, how do we improve the assessor's office to get things on the tax roll quicker? I think that's gonna be part of the discussion. Also, how do we collect more of our tax revenue quicker? But I don't think I think that's more on the revenue side.
That's not a fee. Right?
It's not a
That's new
fee.
growth, that's
It's
new
growth.
growth.
It's
If you wanted to
new
put a revenue up there and you wanted to increase new growth, you could do that.
Okay, let's.
Say you could offset at a minimum until you get an
Right.
estimate from Kevin, you could offset.
I'd
the
like to
cost
put
of
up
that.
there too, the schools on, asking them to, release more money from their, revolving accounts to kind of match what they did last year. It's about 700,000.
Okay, and then maybe we wanna do some pulse checks. There's not a moratorium or a ban on adding things later. If we go through and somebody remembers something and they wanna add it, just shout it out at that time. But maybe we can just go line by line and like show of hands, interested, not interested in pursuing that one further. Or Jen can add more.
I'm thinking. Did we, and I can't see, you'll know better, did we look at adding the additional inspector? Because that was a conversation.
I don't have it on here.
What was the one that, it was the assessor?
Can I ask
No,
about-
yeah.
No,
It was
it's the,
you.
guys, I didn't see that.
your property, building inspector.
How much do you think another deputy inspector would cost? What's Bernie at, like 80? Probably 90?
Yeah, I had 80 written, but,
I think Bernie's up like 88 something, so.
Yeah.
And then Jane, the question to you would be, if I add, the assumption being if we had some of these positions in the assessor's office and in the inspector's office, there should be an increase in revenue.
But
You
you
won't
guys
get that
gotta,
here.
you guys gotta really realize, like, I said it last night, like, you're way over calculating revenue to assume on July, first of all, there's a few issues here, right? So the budget won't get voted on until June 10th, right? And the reason why June 10th, I know at some point around there will happen, is because pink slips by contract with teachers have to be sent by June 15th. So if there's any cuts to the schools are gonna have to be prepared by contract to send that out. So it's not like I don't think this will be delayed further than that. There's no way I can hire these people in 3 weeks, right? So I just gotta be cautious before we start getting dollar signs everywhere. Like, there's no inspector that I'm gonna hire for him. I'll be lucky to have somebody on by the fall. And then day one, it's not like cha-ching, 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 things start coming in, right? So like, you know, I'll say this, what I will do is I will take the recommendation from all of you, like say you wanna add those 2 positions. By the time I get to my formal recommendation in June, I'll work with HR and say, we're gonna recalculate that 90 grand for the inspector, and we're gonna make it 3/4 of the year. And then we'll say, we can anticipate revenue possibly coming in for 6 months of the year, right?
Yeah.
I just don't want there to be, and I've gotta talk to them, I know Gus said it in a high level, like, I expect more revenue to come in, but just remember, fees pay for service, so you're not really gonna end up netting some gross amount of money that is far above what the salary is. Like, I just wanna be clear about that, like, I just don't wanna be adding
Yeah.
positions, and I'm
Well-
not saying you're saying that, but this is more of a global comment for TV
Okay.
and all of you.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta let things settle in a little, get the position in if you want it, and I just also wanna remind you, last night, Gus said he didn't wanna take money away from other people. Like,
Well,
Well,
so,
here's
can I comment since I put it up
this
there?
later? Well, I just
making the list.
Yeah, can I just
make a
comment?
list.
okay, well, he asked me a question.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to make sure, like,
So I'm
people have
happy.
this, like,
We'll
No.
have that discussion when we get there.
okay.
So
Well,
I'm-
then don't ask me any more questions
Yeah.
until you get Ryan's list done. I think Ryan's right, like, I think just get the list done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's no
And-
more questions.
And I think my,
Although
my.
you asked one too.
My recommendation was more strategic than an immediate revenue, right? So when you look at the staffing, we have part-time staff that are
Yeah.
going to be aging out, right? So again, thinking about the size of the town, the
Yeah.
size of the department. So I'm not thinking from an immediate revenue standpoint, and I understand it's a general comment for people watching. But
But
there
they're
is,
not gone yet, right? So
No.
I know you're talking succession planning.
not succession plan, but also
Oh.
like the volume, right? The volume that's currently happening in some of
Sure.
these
Oh,
departments.
absolutely.
So I think that that's where my recommendation comes from.
Right.
Okay. So maybe now we pulse, because I think
Going once,
half
going
of our,
twice.
well, you can add later, but I think half of our list is gonna go away. Because we're gonna do a show of hands of interest, and if it's, and we can change the 3, but like if it's only one person interested in any given line item, it's not gonna pass any vote we would take anyway. So let's kind of cut to the chase there and not spend the time discussing, was the thought?
And
So, I mean, maybe we just alphabetically first, Corey, not,
Should've worn a helmet.
so I'm gonna make it smaller again so I can see what.
Well, I think the other thing to remember is ultimately it's Jamie's decisions, right? Like the
This is
the-
just our recommendation.
right, this is just a
Just our
financial recommendation that we look at the money allocated for that. So, you know, at the end of the day, Jamie makes decisions. He's the human capital person, right? So if he feels like that there needs to be a position that we cut and there's another position that you don't want, you determine the funding, not us.
This would be a town council
Town council,
decision,
right.
not
So I think that that's important to realize before everyone gets emotional.
Yes, and we were talking about this yesterday, maybe on the meeting, maybe after, just like how the recommendation mechanics work. We can make our recommendation at the total line item for the department.
Correct.
They can then choose to achieve that number. So let's assume we make a recommendation. Let's assume town council goes with our recommendation for the number. The department head can then choose to do something different than what the budget they had with that number. We say don't buy the cruisers, they buy the cruisers anyway. Or we say don't get the SROs, they get the SROs anyway, but they
Right.
don't get the cruisers. They can do either, because we're only
Approving
really putting a
funding.
number at the bottom.
Correct.
He's close, he's very close. So just, that's a great question, actually, I think it's for clarification. So we can do that on personnel and expenses, right? So if you put, so the cruisers and SROs is not accurate, right? So if you put the.
There's the expenses
Well,
and-
hold, just let me finish. We would then have to do a year-end transfer, right, between personnel and expenses. So there is actually a decision there. However, to your point, you are correct about the schools. The bottom line budget, and that's one thing that you'll hear from years, and Jen knows this, like, this, you give the schools a bottom line budget, and you say, we want you to fund, you know, we want you to deduct computer tech, we don't want curriculum studies, we want to put in digital learning integration, and the school committee's gonna say, we don't care, we're not doing that, but we'll take the money and we'll go spend it somewhere else.
Sure.
So the school committee will definitely be able to do that. On the other ones, it's a little more nuanced, it kind of depends, but I just want to be clear, if you add in the cruisers, and I think the chief spoke to this last night, we already bought him the cruisers, but I think if you add in the cruisers, we'd probably have to buy the cruisers, you know, the council would have to switch those numbers at some point to do that.
So like, yeah, to move it to expense instead of salary. Sure.
Exactly.
And I think on that one's easy because the police chief already let us know he would prefer the SROs than the cruisers, and so,
Right.
like, fine.
That's
You know,
what
and,
I-
like, I don't mean to unanimously, but I think like we'll go through it and we can
Yeah.
discuss, but like, he gave us a recommendation on that one, so it's probably a moot point. But like, I mean, I don't know, how does that work, Jamie, for Corey, again, sorry, you're just alphabetically first. Like, that is a department of one.
Right.
If we were to say, no, that department does not get 120K or whatever, can you then say, fine, but I'll use a different position in a different department and have Corey keep doing whatever she's doing, just in that other, you know, or like put the money into that department's budget from another budget?
It's a great question. I really can't. I'd have to get council approval on that. To your point, though, I could say like, and of course, the bandwidth in the budget is not large enough for me to be able to do this, but to illustrate your point, just, I could say, wow, I have some extra, instead of doing a part-time admin in my office, I could get rid of the part-time admin, switch it up, do a part-time arts and culture, you know, coordinator, and be able to do that within my personnel services budget, right?
I mean, suddenly Corey is
I
the
don't have-
deputy town administrator.
Exactly. There's a good
Perfect.
That
example.
made sense.
That's a
and
good
you were like,
example.
I wanna keep
That's-
Corey, and that's that, like.
Exactly, that's a good example. But the
Perfect.
bandwidth to be
Yeah.
able to do that outside of those couple
You
random
would have to,
examples
yeah, you couldn't.
is like almost impossible.
Right.
Smaller departments is definitely harder
Harder,
to
yeah.
shuffle things around.
Correct.
Can we go through that first line, just so we're not continuously
Yeah.
using
Yes.
this as an example?
Yes. So for the first line, by show of hands, who has interest in discussing Corey's position further? One. Okay.
To be clear, that means to remove that position would be a X vote here, correct?
Yeah, like
Okay.
to continue discussing
Gotcha.
removing 120K
Just trying to think of like
ish
the
from the
negative plus
budget.
yeah.
Raise your hand if you
Understood.
would like to continue that discussion. If not, that will, like, you know,
Mhm.
it doesn't have three, it will be a moot point, we will filter it out of the list.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
So are you doing that as you go through each line item?
Mhm.
We're gonna just pulse check on each one now.
Got it.
Then I'm gonna write a quick formula to
Then-
sum the X's, then we're gonna filter anything that has less
All
than
right, just,
3 X's.
he doesn't need to know,
He's
just
the
do it.
Excel guy.
So, okay,
He's doing it without a ribbon.
the assessor,
Can I go back up to the first line?
yes,
Just a comment that I think spreads over multiple lines. The one comment we hear constantly on social media and wherever else is that the fabric of the community is being lost. Those things are what keeps the fabric of the community. The harvest whatever, the strawberry whatever. I hope people understand what I'm saying. That's what people get upset about. So if we wanna inflict
The
pain.
Halloween party was.
The
very-
Halloween party, I mean, the chief was very eloquent about that last night.
Well,
Those
still
things
I have scars over.
that happen through the arts and
Whatever.
entertainment person, whatever, are what
Arts and
really makes,
I see.
what sets the tone of the community. Personally, that would be, I'm sure you can find nickels and dimes in there, right? But
So can
that's
I
my
just,
opinion,
I need
that's
clarity.
all.
Are we discussing every item?
No, I
think
thought
Okay.
we
I'm
were going
sorry,
through
yeah.
each list.
Okay, I
You're
just
going
wanna
through the
make
list.
sure. Okay,
Right.
thank you.
I was, George had to get
I think he's I see what he's doing, he's tallying up on the side, he's
Gone.
filling
That
the
you don't
formula.
have to.
it's gone.
Thank you.
It had less than 3.
That's what I was
Just
asking,
wanna
whether
keep-
you were gonna
I
tally
just
them
wanna
up
keep
or-
us
okay,
moving.
less than 3.
Just wanna
That
keep us
was-
moving.
That makes
Yes.
sense, because that's a majority.
Yeah, like
I
we'll
got it.
never get anywhere in a vote if there's only
I
one
got it.
person, so we're,
Yep.
okay. So the assessor, we had, do we want to discuss further on the assessor's admin assistant position and removing it? That was a position in the budget, if I'm not mistaken.
It was in there.
Okay,
It's
and the discussion
proposed.
is to remove it, so.
The only issue I have, when we get there, timing of that position is key to me.
So that would be a yes then, because it would make a difference to the budget, so the
Yeah,
number
I would say
itself.
yes, I would say yes.
Okay.
It's more on timing of how it works.
To discuss later.
If you
Yeah.
raise your hand, we'll discuss later. So right now I have Tom, myself, not a discuss later, nobody else. Okay, so that's then a 2, and we'll see how this works if I bring my ribbon back. Got it.
Can you
Just trying to make it accessible here.
Keep the ribbon.
Okay,
We took it out of the budget,
the
sorry.
ribbon's gone, it wasn't funded.
There was consensus on the ribbon.
Okay, the next one up is in the benefits section, we have in the budget, a contribution to OPEB.
Yep.
And I had them on the list to reduce that. There, you're gonna see OPEB in here another time later as well. But for this one, it is for the next year budget to discuss reducing the contribution.
Now, is those numbers based upon an actuary study?
Yes. Well, wait a minute.
No.
So we had a policy, so based on an actuarial study.
Let's put it up for discussion.
Yep.
Yep.
Good point. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Okay, so that one will stay in our list because it's above 3. Okay, the Cultural District Committee.
I feel like I'm in one of your work
I know.
exercises. I almost feel like
Exactly how we
this is
do it.
exactly what you do, right?
We
Like,
do this and we go through.
I don't know what you work for, what you do, but I feel like I'm just.
Eventually, we will get to a short list and we will be done.
I got it, Ryan. I'm now in the flow.
Okay, so I think we were adding here
like I'm at work.
$15,000.
Is this what you do in school?
Yeah, this is what I do all day.
So you gotta do. So I think there was $15,000 being
Redirect.
added here because we lost access to a grant or a match or something like that, and we were making it up. And I think
Yeah,
this is
I'm
one that
gonna-
I added. I would like to not add to that.
Correct.
1, 2. Okay. If only I had a ribbon. Okay.
You can show just
Now
the tabs
He's
now.
getting
Now
close.
I'm
He's
gonna-
getting
now I'm
close.
gonna-
A couple more that you don't
show
vote
ribbon.
on, he'll get his ribbon.
Right, we're getting there. I gotta put 5 back. Okay, next, we had DPW, snow and ice. I think Jamie's original narrative had a proposal to add 200,000. I had reduced that.
279.
Something, some other number. We won't worry too much about the number, but add something back to that in the operating budget after this year. Who had interest?
There's
I think
4.
we-
You get 4.
Tom,
George.
So that's going into the stabilization fund?
Let's discuss it later.
Yeah,
Let's discuss it later.
I put both because
Well, I might wanna
Get in
change
your
my
zone,
vote.
man. Discuss it later.
I
Discuss
wasn't
it later.
sure. I just wrote both. We'll figure that out.
Discuss
Like, I
it
don't know
later.
where it goes.
Okay.
We're at the
Let's just
threshold.
get through the list.
It still would cost us money.
Yeah.
Okay, and then DPW expense. I think we talked a lot about the fleet, the vehicle fleet, and how there's really like nothing to repair, replace whatever we would need there. So I don't know that this would be enough to replace anything, but
It will.
No, we're not.
Wouldn't replace more than
Discussion.
a lawnmower.
Discussion.
wouldn't even get you that.
Wouldn't even give me that.
No,
Maybe a weed
lawnmower's
whacker.
90 grand, we all know that.
So we got just 2 on that one, okay? Facilities, we had water or holistically, discussion of reducing the
Expenses.
expenses budget for facilities.
3, 4. Also Tom.
Can you shout them out? 'Cause
I am,
can't. Yeah.
that's what I'm
So I
trying to
got
help you.
Jen,
Trying to
Chris,
see him.
Tom?
Trying to give you
Yeah.
And me,
From the-
perfect. Okay. Now, I wanna keep 4. Okay. And then I'm just gonna copy those down, because I think the next line item is,
Let's not assume it.
it's just expenses
Oh, I'm
facilities.
sorry. I
Yeah.
thought it was the staff.
So now we'll go facilities, staff, reduction in staff, or the staffing for facilities overall, discussion of that budget further.
Just Jen and Ryan.
I'm seeing a common trend. Shannon?
Yeah, right.
Just kidding, just kidding. You could've raised your hand, Shannon.
I can't wait to
She is
see
on-
the GoFundMe. when we
But I haven't
end.
seen a hand raised.
You know, Shannon, you could raise your hand.
Wait a minute, she's now here?
She's online.
Oh, wait.
At a soccer game too, I think, for a
Oh, she
playoff
can
game
vote,
or
though.
something, so I don't know how.
Right.
Yeah,
like
if she's
that, and
logged
now it
in.
makes everything a roll call vote
Yep.
by law.
Yep.
But we're not voting anything.
At the
This
end.
is,
No, we're just deciding what we wanna look at further. There are no votes
Fair,
here.
fair enough, fair enough.
This is
I'll
an
split the,
organis-
I'll, to
This is
get
an
through the-
organizational
to get through-
activity.
To
Thank
get
you.
through the list, like, quickly, I'll
Yeah.
go with you and
This is
default on
organizational.
that, but I'm just
Argue
letting you
about
know.
it
yeah, but we're
it-
removing things.
If the
That's-
town attorney, you're looking at the town attorney is in here, but that's how, we'll just go move on.
Yeah.
All right, so that one's salaries is
Oh
2.
my goodness.
This one, it's another expenses, so we're just gonna talk expenses altogether.
Okay, so fine.
Finance department, munis admin was getting added.
I-
Who wants to discuss the munis admin further? Okay, we got George. That's it? Okay. All right, we got the, oh, we did that one. Finance committee, giving up $1,000. Tom, raise your hand. Yeah.
You didn't have to.
Chris
Tom.
is holding strong, he's not giving any
Chris
money.
wants to go to the conference, he's not.
Chris. I couldn't see you,
As long as it
Chris.
doesn't take away AI. You can do
Oh,
whatever
no,
you
the
want.
minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Chris, I missed your hand, right? You,
No,
He didn't have it up.
You didn't put it up.
Don't pressure him.
put it up.
No, don't let him.
it doesn't matter.
Peer pressure.
Don't let him
It's
wear
on
your
the list,
pressure.
we made the list.
Too early.
It is.
All right, fire. We had the idea of adding some or all recurrent budget into the operating budget. Show of hands. None. One.
Wow, that is-
Okay. I had free cash, so there's 2 line items on free cash. So one would be utilizing the full remaining balance of free cash in the budget as part of the operating. So currently, the proposal is to use 2 million and would leave us a little over 2 million, and would leave us 151K in free cash. This would apply even that to the budget.
This is dependent on other decisions, though.
Yeah, can we say
Correct,
like a yes
but I
as
think,
like-
but I think you're just
Possibly.
voting now for the list, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be a good helper for it. Just stick to the list, we'll discuss it in a minute.
So
That was a yes.
I'll go with
enough
that
to,
now.
yeah, all right.
No, I would, but I like my job.
Okay, and then another, I'll say, related to free cash,
Same thing.
the OPEB that currently we already voted to use to send to OPEB, but I think we had an action to maybe undo that recommendation.
Correct.
We voted to recommend the town council
Correct, they
postponed.
paused it, yep,
They've,
but he wants to reconsider it.
yes,
So you wanna send it?
I
don't
want
know
to
yet.
keep it
Oh,
It-
oh.
and
It's
not,
about the question is, do you want, raise your hand if you want to reconsider it.
What years are falling in?
What,
This year.
read,
Now,
This year.
whether you want to
Current.
reconsider it.
Yeah.
I'm trying to help you here.
Yeah, but that's the current free cash.
it doesn't matter, it's just
across,
a free cash.
across the board, Ryan, all 7.
Okay. You do, yes, the answer on that one is yes.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
here.
Then
I
we
do
had
want to
ins-
get home before midnight.
The inspector's office, adding additional inspector. I can
I
see.
don't think it's needed.
Jen,
Jen.
Tom, and George.
Okay.
Do you?
No, that one. Chromebooks. Who wanted to discuss adding Chromebooks into the budget?
1, Tom?
Yeah, I wanna discuss that.
Okay, so that one's out.
Yep. Okay, then there was the teacher purchase group, which is slightly different, 360,000. I think it was a 2020 purchase that's all
Correct.
effectively expiring.
Yep.
That will also just come to us as a capital request in November if it's not in the budget.
Correct. Ryan and Tom.
Okay. We tried, Tim. Police, we had expenses for police to discuss adding, I think, body armor, tasers, other police expenses into the budget that otherwise come to us as capital tier 1.
Great.
All right, then we had cruisers adding into the budget.
1, Tom.
And then we had removing the SROs, one or both, so we'll do one at a time, removing one of the SROs from the budget. So we had-
John, Chris, and George.
Okay, then we have removing the other SRO from the budget.
Just John and George.
Okay, then we had
Recycling.
a rider recommendation of recycler center fees, increasing enough, okay.
Tom, John, Natalie, George, Jen, everybody but Chris. Assuming you were a yes to it.
Yeah. Then we had revenue assessing, doing something to increase the speed of assessing, adding a recommendation around that.
That's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna fall within, I
Yeah.
think, the discussion
Yeah.
with the inspector.
Yeah.
Then we had the schools. So the School salaries, I think the recommendation here was around the computer tech, but really it's just a reduce school salaries by some number of dollars. And I know, at least on this one, Shannon was also a yes. She had written
It's
that
not
thing.
voted enough, so.
I'm just
I know.
sharing a document she
Because
sent me
Lauren,
and asked me to
I
later.
mean, Lauren wasn't here all week, but same,
Sure.
it's the same problem, right?
So, schools salaries review.
Tom and Chris. This is kind of cool. It's like Supreme Court votes. There's no theme really. It's like you kind of think there's a theme, but there isn't.
We'll
Love
get to
it.
dissenting
Love
opinions
it.
later.
Now I know what you do for a living. You like this?
It's not bad.
Pretty cool.
Okay. We had curriculum stabilization, which I think was brought up by the schools. Do we want to add any money to try to do something around that?
Tom.
Okay. We had schools, there's a digital learning integration, I think was brought
Yep.
up, but is not in their budget. Is that right?
Was that it? Yeah, it was not.
It's
You're
not.
correct.
So they were asking for that when I think Shannon asked her question around what would they add.
Tom.
Then we have schools revolving accounts, fund more of their budget through the revolving account, so a reduction in their operating budget with a request of them to take more out of revolving.
Tom and Ryan. Yep.
So let's discuss it.
Jen?
Throw it in there. That's a lot of money,
We can change the number.
but- Yeah, I know, that's why I threw my
Yeah.
hand up.
Okay, then the town admin's office, the communication specialist, that I think we just hired. Discussion around removing or reducing that position.
I don't know if we can, right?
We'll cross that bridge if we
Move
have to,
quick,
but if
move
you.
quick,
Yeah,
move quick.
okay. And then the deputy town admin position, discussion around that.
Tom and Chris.
No, I'm gonna throw my hand up,
And
I wanna
Jen.
hear what people have to say.
Okay. All right, so that shortens our list.
So the ones with 3, they make it in?
I
Because
think
that's
what
not a
we said,
majority.
3 or more. What was worth discussion, because you could
Okay,
change
is
other
that-
people's
Is that what
minds.
you said before? That's
Yeah,
cool. Okay.
3 or more
Ryan, what's the sum total on this?
of dollars.
Yeah.
It's like the sum total of votes. Like, not an interesting
yes.
number, but I can sum it. At the moment, it's reduction to the budget of 1.4 million. All right, largely driving from the 700K of revolving funds that we would have to discuss a number, but.
So a little bit of that's weird, right?
Yeah.
Like, the free cash is not a I mean, the
Yeah.
450 is not a reduction, it's not in the budget right now. So these numbers are skewed, right? So the 450 of the OPEB is like totally not part of that aggregate number.
But-
It may be an aggregate, but I don't want, I
So
don't.
we could say that what we would recommend to town council is do not use the free cash that we already earmarked, the 450,
Yeah.
which would add to the current balance of free cash of 450,
Yeah.
which
Be a
then
net.
would allow us to add it into the operating budget, just like the 2 million you're already adding from free cash, because the balance of free cash would go up by 450.
So now you're adding in 2.45 million in free cash,
Correct.
which
You could do.
I gotta check if we even, I think we do have that available.
We would if we didn't do the
You
OPEB
didn't.
contribution.
Right.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
So now you're, just to be clear, and I think you're right, but now you're increasing the amount of free cash in the
yes,
budget.
yes, 100%. That, if we went with these 2 line items, we would be doing that. If we,
And that's basically because of the, so again, just to be clear, the school revolving fund is not also an account that's relevant here.
You'd
And
have to find it
you-
elsewhere.
And
This
they'd have
is
to find it
all school
elsewhere, so
committees.
you're,
Yeah.
right, so you,
What do you
This
mean
is
by that?
school
Okay.
committee, and
But I
I'm
mean-
Yeah, we
speaking-
don't.
you're
delegate
saying
that.
what you want them to do is take $700,000 in additional
so don't have
revolving
her focus
fund.
on the
Okay,
number.
You're right, I got off
He's saying
I got
that
off
he would
structure.
like them to review using the revolving fund to fund more of what they currently have in their budget by some amount that we would discuss. And then we would potentially make a recommendation that they reduce their budget by that amount. Now, if they do it through the revolving fund or some other way, is up to them. That is just our suggestion of a Tom's
But
how.
that's 700,000, that's a deduction off, so if they get an
School's
increase
budget.
of 1.7 million, their increase is 1.7 million,
This would make it 1 million.
bingo.
Right.
So the number, you can't equate, I think there's some conflating numbers in here in terms of the overall picture.
I don't think so. Because like if you took 700 and said, we think you could get it elsewhere. You would
Right.
reduce their operating budget by 700K,
Correct.
which would make our overall budget 700K
Less.
more positive than it currently is.
Or more positive. than-
Whatever, like, you know,
Whatever we
less
want.
better,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
better than it is at the moment.
Yeah.
And that's what negative means here.
Yeah.
Any
So,
dependency-
To your structure, it's probably worth it to not get off track and just go through each of these
Yeah,
lines.
then we
and
can
discuss
figure out what the
Yes.
real impact is.
Yes.
Any
Yes, summing them at
dependencies
this
here
point
that we
is
need to
not-
group
Summing them at
together?
this point is not we gotta
Yeah,
talk,
yeah,
we gotta
yeah,
nuance
yeah,
that a
right.
little.
At
Then we
the
can-
end, before the last agenda item, we will have to sum them, because if the number
Yeah,
skews
I-
us
Right.
I'm on board.
outside of our free cash
And we
buffer.
should talk as schools as one, just so we make sure we're all on the same page.
Sure.
To make sure what the impact.
That's what I'm kind of getting at. Are there like any things that need to be grouped, any dependencies that like take other things off the table depending how one way? Like
I think it's
the
just
free
by
cash
department.
probably needs to.
Well, we can go line item by line item up here. There's only like a dozen or
Yeah.
so, and we can
Let's-
talk about them as a team, and then we'll.
Yeah.
15 line items.
15 lines.
We can do it.
Let's do
We
it.
can do it.
All right. So the OPEB contribution, starting there. This year, we had in the budget
150.
150. This would reduce it in half as currently listed. We could increase this all the way to 150 and put nothing in, or we could reduce this, or we could reduce it all the way to 0. So our parameters would be, our number needs to be somewhere between 0 and reduce our OPEB contribution by 150.
Do you wanna just go in order to make it?
So just for a short history, because Tom did ask this. So when the OPEB issue came up, whatever it was, 10, 12 years ago, every state, city, and town, when we did our first actuarial, the council did a policy on it. And the policy was 2 issues, basically. 10% of free cash each year was gonna go into the trust. And then the other thing was, they started at 100,000 in the budget, and then each year was gonna increase 50,000 each year after that. That was 12 years ago or whatever. And so the last 2 fiscal year, whatever.
So it should be at like,
No, the last 2 fiscal.
800K now, right?
No, it was at $1 million.
okay.
So
Yeah.
the last 2 fiscal years, 450,000 one year and $400,000 another year, maybe 450 and 450, whatever it was. I think $900,000 in the last 2 overrides were used as municipal cuts in the budget. So this current fiscal year in FY26, it's 100,000. So we basically said, as a policy, we're gonna, after the cuts, we're gonna go back, keep the 10% free cash policy, and then start 100, and that's why you have 150. And I just want people to have the history, just so you know where we're at. We gave you all yesterday a very dense presentation. We did think, Tom, you would enjoy the market PRIT fund. But we just had an OPEB trust board meeting on Tuesday to get an update on our trust fund. The trust fund is doing very well. We're in the top 10 to 15% of cities and towns in the state that are prepared for OPEB. A lot of towns don't even have a trust fund yet. So our liability, we're way ahead of 85 to 90% of the municipalities in the state. That being said, bond rating issuing, if borrowing down the road is something that the finance committee, the council, and everybody wants to do, we do have to be conscientious about starting to get back on the track showing bond rating agencies. We're starting over again, they'll understand it. We had a rating call last year, and they get it. But I think, it's a slight risk to move backward again. And then we would, as a result of, if you decided to cut this number, and I'm not saying I'm against it, just making sure people know. If you cut this number, Ryan's correct, you would go down to 75,000, and then what we'd say to the council is, you're gonna start at $75,000 in FY27, and then FY28, it'll be 125, FY29, it'll be 175, and we'll try to get back on that track. If the council approved the OPEB trust deposit of 450, that might give you a little bit of more room here, but we don't know yet where, they're not gonna vote on that until they see the macro budget view in June. So, I'm done. Okay.
No,
Is that it?
I'm just answering Tom's question. This is not based on the actuarial.
Right.
That has been done, it was a full valuation this year, and that information is gonna be presented by our actuarial on May 13th
Correct.
with the town council.
Okay,
mark the
so,
calendar.
This is a financial policy.
okay, so based upon the last actuary report.
Yep.
What percentage are we funded at?
I would think we're probably about 20, we're roughly between 20 and 30%, somewhere in there. We're about a third.
A third funded
Yeah,
on the
and again,
actuary liability.
way further ahead than most cities in town, so
Okay.
we're in good shape. But on the other hand, you know, we have a large obligation, right?
Yeah.
Dover, Sherburne, Bolton, Harvard, like Berkshire County, like, they may not have done anything by now, but they also don't have a big liability. So our liability right now is gonna come out to about 75,
Keep going.
76 million. And we've got about, I think it was like 19 million in the trust fund, so we're like 20, 25, whatever number. And of course, every year now, we have to do a full actuarial. And so now, we used to do partials and stuff, but now we have to do full actuarial every year. And so every year, we're gonna get an update on the OPEB.
Okay, and what's the required contribution in that report?
There is no required
There is
contribution.
no required
It's a
contribution.
town council policy that we've had for 15 years or whatever, and until the last 2 years, these past 2 override failures, we had been on track with it all along.
Okay.
So we were putting in, and I would just make one other quick comment that was in the actuarial, that was in our OPEB trust meeting the other day. Our trust is making 8.8% aggregate over its lifespan. 8.8%. So by not depositing money into that trust, we're not only just losing the capacity of the actual dollar value, we're losing an 8.8% return on that investment, which
Well, let me
It's
ask you on
very
the other
solid.
side, for the liability, what's the rate they're using for the liability side?
that you'd have to read the all of our actuarials are online.
I'll
You
send
should,
it to you, but I believe.
you should just read one of the actuarials.
I love reading those things.
I know you, that's why I said you should just read it.
I guess like to the growth percentage, let's not let history be the projector of the future. Like because we got 8.8 doesn't mean you get that in the future going forward.
You're correct,
That's
but
not
that's,
how the
but that's
market
also,
works.
but that's
I'm
also, but that's a
well, hang on,
15-year
hang on,
aggregate.
hang on. We just let you speak for as long as you wanted.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I also think like this is a problem that we're trying to save money for
Yeah.
that is far in the future. Much further than our
Yes,
current
that's correct.
fiscal cliff of
Correct.
we would need an override or some massive donor to move into town who wants to change our revenue equation by a huge amount. I don't know, but like we don't make it to the point where that is a problem for our town if we don't get through the next 2 to 3 years. And like at the moment, we're trying to get through this year.
Yep.
So investing in a problem that we might be liable for in 2038, I don't know what the year is, but like, is that a priority to us at the moment in a decision of, again, priorities? Like, it's not, all these things are valid, we should pay for all the things if given infinite money, but we don't have infinite money.
And it's meaningless in the scheme of that report.
Right.
Point of clarification, the 2 lines here, 20 and 22. 20, the difference here is this is being funded in the budget. 22, this was the
Correct.
policy that we said from free cash we recommend.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a
So-
good point, John, thank you.
Great point.
I put them next to each other just because I figured if we're gonna be
No,
discussing
that's-
OPEB,
you're right, but
let's.
it's good
I
to
remember
discuss.
one of those
Yes.
numbers very well from that discussion. The other one is
So-
deeper into the benefits line.
Help me with the flow.
So
You
right
bet-
now, it's, do we wanna try to agree on a dollar amount here? And that dollar amount can be anywhere from 0, which means we've discussed this and we don't want to change the budget at all, to negative 150, which is the current budgeted amount to put in.
Or is it really the 450 and the 75?
Well, so the 450, as John was just pointing out, is a little different. That is a 2026 consideration that in theory could increase our current day
Free cash.
free cash balance.
Okay, so what's the free cash balance today?
151.
Yes.
No,
That's
Well,
two.
well,
Oh, right.
2.2.
2.2.
Correct.
And 2
Okay, yeah.
million of that is being used in the current budget.
So it's what?
It's right, the last number, yep.
2.029 million is being used to balance the budget right now. There's an addition, if you assume that that's gonna balance the budget, there'll be another 151,000, which comes to about 2.2 million in free cash. Correct, that's right down below. The OPEB trust is, if you did not fund the OPEB trust of the 450, Tom, you would then be at 2.65 million in free cash
Okay.
remaining available.
Do we have a
Yeah,
sense?
he highlighted the 2 numbers here, yep.
Do we have a sense of what the potential free cash is at the end of this year?
No.
From,
No,
from
no,
operations?
I'm gonna
I
say
mean,
it
that's more
clear,
dangerous
and I'm
than
gonna
using
keep
the
saying
government
it,
free
no,
cash.
we do
Yeah.
not.
And we get our free cash certified around Halloween every year,
Yeah,
so
right.
we won't know that
Right.
number
Fully
until
understand.
Halloween.
Okay.
So can we start with, do you want to adjust it or not,
Correct.
right? Because before we get into this big debate about the money,
Yeah.
like, I think it's easier just to say, do we want to remove it or do we not want to?
The
If we,
OPEB.
the OPEB,
Cut it
right?
in half in the budget.
Right, and then decide the amount, cause if we wanna remove it completely,
So
you know what I'm saying? Like, if we don't want to, then we
we
don't need to
can, but I
discuss an
think that
amount.
was the hand raise. Like, I think we just did that at the
Right.
beginning. Like, we all, like,
Yeah, I
5
think we
people
should.
raised their hands saying we did wanna discuss a number here.
Okay.
So that's where we're at.
Correct, now, but I would say now that we've discussed it, I'm happy to leave it where it is.
Okay, you wanna be,
Mhm.
wait, so leave it
I
where
would-
it is, as in make this as 0?
Yep.
Okay,
I'm not there yet.
So that means you want,
I
It's not-
essentially
it's-
drop off the
it's-
list, yeah.
yeah,
so
that's
you
fine.
wanna use it the way we had projected to use it and pay into the OPEB?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that's-
she's saying,
I
what-
just have a
you
hard
want
time
150
understanding
now.
that.
No, she wants.
I'm saying keep
0
it as
change.
is, the
You
one
want-
fifty,
450.
yeah, leave it
She's
as
saying
150.
Zero change to the
Zero
budget.
change.
Zero change.
Zero change
I missed.
is where I land
I
now.
thought you were saying go to 0, like
Yeah.
cut the whole thing.
Yeah, but the idea that it's meaningless in the calculation. It's meaningless.
Yep.
What, you said it's a $39 million liability?
No, 79.
79.
No,
Okay.
as of June 30th, and I
Oh, you
apologize.
get the number, yeah,
Is
70.
$110 million liability. As of June
Even
30th,
worse.
2025.
To his point, the fraction we're talking about here,
Oh,
like,
the
does not
meaningless.
move the needle.
Save it.
Yeah,
That's
like,
where I
it could
am.
help our budget by a significant amount, but it does not move the needle at all
Oh,
It
towards
doesn't mean,
120
you're right, it
million.
doesn't mean the
No
Doesn't
bang,
even-
like-
no.
So I would vote wipe the
That's
full
crazy.
150
Oh,
and
I
put it
understand.
back into the operating budget.
I agree.
So,
I said
and I'm gonna
You
start
did,
replacing
because
our
that
X's
was-
with numbers,
gonna go down?
so we can kind of like start to.
I get it.
How does everyone else feel?
I would agree with Ryan's recommendation here
I'll vote.
on the assumption that we'd put that towards either the munis admin or the SRO.
Something.
What, the question is, what is that has an effect on the AAA?
Not necessarily the
Not-
liability, because Kerry pointed out the big change in here last year was about Medicare issues, right? So that's a different ballpark. That number could also come down depending on a lot of other things. So, but I will tell you, what the bond rating agencies wanna see is a commitment to the issue.
Sure.
So, I just wanna, and to Ryan's point earlier, he's spot on, like, even a $75,000 commitment is going to be a commitment. Like, and he does raise a good point, like, we are in the here and now, like, and this is a number that's 2038, 2040, 20, I just.
But in that
Yeah.
report, they have a kid that's 20 years old. They're
Correct.
doing a benefit analysis on.
Right,
And the new actuary table has them
You're-
living to 116.
well, no, you're,
Right.
I'm not,
Precisely.
I
Because clearly
totally
he
agree.
didn't serve on a finance committee.
I totally agree. I can criticize OPEB actuarial stuff as much as anyone. I
That's
think
it.
it's all a bunch of monopoly stuff, but that's, I'm a
She
town
could be
manager,
going
I'm supposed to
rogue.
deal with
Huh?
it.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be the same thing in the pension discussion.
It's the same thing in the pension discussion. Similar, yep.
But with time value of money, it is cheaper in
The
theory to fund
difference with
that
the pension
today.
discussion is it's state law. There's nothing I can do about that.
Right, I
This is
understand.
more of a choice
Right.
about what kind of commitment.
No, I say take it out.
And George, just to answer your question, the OPEB trust, the stabilization fund is what AAA is looking at.
Correct.
And we have 17 million from there, and it's
You're
doing
doing pretty
well.
good.
Jen, what's your? I'm just gonna go around and up.
Can you take
I
a
don't
roll
care.
call vote on it? Like,
Well,
this
so
is probably where you need a roll call.
We're just gonna get to an amount, and then we will vote once we have a
Final?
consensus amount, just on the group. But we're not gonna vote on each line as we go. We're gonna get a full list, then we need to total it, and then we need to say, like, does this work or not, right? Cause like, if we just throw
If you're
money
out
at
of budget,
everybody,
if you're out of line.
if we throw money at everybody and we create a huge deficit, that's
Yeah.
not a great financial recommendation. Jen, where are you on, like,
I'm removing. I don't wanna contribute.
-1?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't
remove
wanna
all.
contribute right now.
Oh, Tom, I put your number in the wrong place. Or no, Tom, you didn't give a number. You said remove all or
Do
no?
the whole thing, yeah.
Okay. Chris,
I would like to contribute something, I think.
how much? Between 0 and 150K.
Split it down the middle.
75. Natalie, 0. George, remove it all.
Yeah.
And I was remove it all. Okay,
As long as
so,
it doesn't affect the AAA rating.
so again, we're not gonna like
Cash
vote
in
on
the-
it right,
Cash in the pocket is good.
we're not gonna vote on it right now, but what we would use for our semblance of overall review, our consensus is roughly at, like, remove it all. Okay? So we're gonna kind of do that through all the line items, then we'll come back, we can then tweak them again if, you know, we've some and it looks bad. Okay, so then we have free cash, this was our recommendation at 450, and it would basically not have to do with the current budget, but it would be sending a recommendation to the town council, I think as we were already discussing doing, not to put 450K from free cash in 2026 in, which would free up 450K more that could be used for the operating budget, but does not have to be. It would just go into free cash at the moment.
Yep, it would stay in free cash, yep.
Yeah, or, yeah, stay in free cash. It's there now, it
It's
has
there
not
now,
been, yes,
appropriated, yep.
I'm good with that. I agree.
full, okay.
But this one is the one that does affect our AAA.
No,
No,
No, this one doesn't? Okay.
Nope.
Tom,
Take the full out.
John,
Same.
Chris? Split it down the middle?
Yeah, split it down the middle.
That's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Natalie?
That's actually,
I wanna give something, so if I'm giving the 150 above, then I will give back the full 450.
Okay.
End up in the same place as Chris essentially,
Yeah.
somewhat.
Do you want to just match Chris, so you're half and half? Or?
No, that's fine, I kinda
Alright.
like this one, yeah.
George?
Out.
Okay. Snow and ice. So this, the range we'd be talking here is 0 to infinity, that we could be saying we would want to add into snow and ice.
This is to
Or-
bake this into the budget.
There's currently some in the budget from DPW for snow and ice. There is also separately a stabilization fund. I think what we'd
Yep.
really be talking about here is adding more in the operating budget for snow and
Correct.
ice.
Okay, what's the stabilization balance?
$802,000.
gone. I mean, no,
Zero.
don't anticipate a lot of that there, like, the,
0.
it's gonna be near zero.
Okay, no, I see
Yeah.
that.
And what's the line, what's the
So-
amount budgeted?
One question I had for Ryan was, so one thing is if you split the OPEB, so there's two issues here. And I was looking for some clarification. The 279 in restored DPW cuts from last year, I made a comment last night saying, in my final budget, I'm gonna propose to take that, unless you guys, just change the idea, to take that out of tree trimming, roads and all this stuff and put it into the snow and ice account, which would get the account up to about 1.7 million, which would be the budget next year. What I see here is, just to clarify, are you asking to take 100,000 only out of that 279? Or are you suggesting I still consider the full 279
And an additional.
in addition? The other thing you could do is you could say, I'm gonna use 100 grand in free cash,
So,
right?
so
I'm
this-
gonna use 100, I'm gonna do the
But we're
two.
not doing the like, where does it come from, where does it go right now? We're just doing a line item at a time. So
Well, the
if you wanna
279
add
though-
Jamie to the list, tree trimming as a like, that currently has a budget.
Yeah.
So if we wanted to agree with your narrative, what
Yeah.
we would do is we would say, we wanna take 279
Yeah.
out of tree trimming, like we wanna zero that.
Yep.
And then we could increase this by the same amount, but that would just be a serendipitous, like,
Right.
we put the same number. But I'm happy to add tree trimming, cause you're
Well,
right, I
I'm
didn't
just
put
using that as an example, road maintenance, like all of
Tree
those.
trimming, et cetera.
The DPW expenses, right?
Sure.
You could just say, so the 279, are you proposing 100,000 of that 279 goes to snow and ice?
This was just proposing adding 100K to the current snow and ice budget.
From the operating
Not-
budget?
Like, just adding it into the current budget, make the number 100K more.
So the 151 that you have on here for free cash that's left,
Yeah.
you could say, I wanna recommend to use that 100 of that 151 to just put in the snow and ice stabilization.
Again, like, that's
It
how
does-
does this all total?
I-
Like, you're totaling. I know you wanna get to the total, but just wait.
No, I'm
We will
not.
get there.
I'm actually not trying to get
But
to
it's
the
like, how
total.
do you pay for the 100 you put in? That's what you're trying to figure out.
I don't know what snow and ice apply into stabilization fund means.
So it's, stabilization fund was the wrong word, so apply, increase.
Well, that's an important
operating-
word to use.
I just put both because I didn't
Okay.
know the answer.
Okay.
And
that's
I
fine.
tried to
That's why
clarify
I'm
that
trying
in
to make
words,
sure
but
I
now it's in the
understand.
page, okay?
Well, that's why I wanna make sure I clarify.
Ryan, you were saying add $100,000 to the DPW budget.
Right.
Regardless of the other restoration
Yes.
cuts.
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
On
No, I
top of
think
the
that's what
current
he said.
recommended,
Those
yes,
are a
correct.
different, like, yeah.
Yes.
Do we
The
have a
answer is
snow and
yes.
ice line?
Yes, it's $1,422,500 is in the snow and ice budget. That's what it's currently in.
And, and Jamie, can you talk about when money's not used, it can't go anywhere else?
Yeah, so once you put money in a stabilization account, it legally can only be used for that purpose, and so that's okay. That's why we created the stabilization fund
But for the-
snow and ice.
But operating too for snow and ice, correct?
No, operating.
Snow and ice has its own budget, we can deficit spend snow and ice legally, but we don't like to do that.
Right.
Okay, but the snow and ice just has one budget line item, and Carrie brought up 1.4 million or whatever,
Yep.
right? And so that number in the proposal that you have in front of you is the 1.4.
Okay,
But in my final recommendation to the council, it's
It's
gonna
gonna
be
be-
1.7,
Correct.
right? Because I'm gonna take the restored cuts that I proposed, that the DPW.
So this would
proposed.
be 1.8 if
That's
we,
what I'm trying to get
Yes.
at, making sure.
No, it would be
No.
one
See,
point
that's
five.
why-
yeah,
No,
he doesn't
See, this is
understand.
why I'm
We're
bringing
not
this
taking-
up,
I
it's
know,
not
he
me
We're
being
not
semantic.
I know,
taking
he's
your
not-
narrative
Yeah.
and
One at a
applying it, we're
time,
taking the
guys.
budget we reviewed.
He's
And what do we
changing
wanna
that
do
though,
to
that's what
that?
he's telling you.
Yeah,
That's
but
not-
that's his decision as a town admin, that's not our recommendation as the financial committee. So we're making our recommendation, he can do whatever he wants to do as his proposal, but we're taking the budget that was put in front of us and saying, how do we wanna change the budget we looked at? Not how do we wanna rewrite Jamie's narrative.
So what's the source of your
You
recommendation on
don't
100,000?
need that right now, that's what I'm saying, we just go through
I
and say.
think you do.
We will when we
Thank
total it.
Yeah, that's
So,
You do.
I'm sorry, just for
Like-
point of clarification, so column, if we looked at the budget control sheet, department request is the budget that we reviewed. Town
Yes.
admin recommended currently matches, but you'll change that before you submit it. We're working off the department request, so yours would move some money.
Yep,
We would look at the department request and just add 100,000.
to 1.5 million.
To 1.5 million,
Okay.
correct. So we would have three
it.
columns, three different numbers.
There's already, I think, a column on there for us.
For FinCom, correct, yeah,
we're
just
filling
clarifying the
ours
three
out
different, there'd be
from-
three different numbers.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, do we agree on the base?
the mechanics.
Yeah.
I think it's helpful to understand the cumulative in this case though, right? Because this is,
Well,
a
and so I added, because Jamie's bringing it up, and
Yeah.
he's correct, that was where the initial, I added it, we have not raised hands on it, but I added tree trimming, et cetera, on here. We can then choose that we want to help them out by giving them a tip to remove that too, and be aligned to his narrative. We can do that.
no, that's already happening.
It's not, it's just in his narrative, he's going to propose it later, he has not, it's not what we're adjusting. The
But cover-
numbers we have aren't that, that's a statement he's made, which is what he will revise his recommendation to. But that's not the budget we have in front of us today, that's the revised budget that no one's seen yet.
It is true. I mean, I will
Right,
say
like-
that that's accurate, but you still have to source.
I
Are
get
you
it, which
moving-
is,
are
I
you
added
moving-
tree trimming,
Are
so we
you-
can talk
forget
about removing.
But are you moving 100,000, is this source of revenue to increase the snow and ice budget to 1.5 million, right, which is what you're proposing?
Right.
Is the source of those funds to shift something from the DPW over to snow and ice, or is it an additional 100,000 from
That will be
free
the
cash?
next line item we would discuss.
I would also say, Ryan,
Bingo.
so far, from a discussion standpoint, we've taken 150 from OPEB, that's in the operating budget. We're adding, potentially, we haven't conferred on that, 100 to snow and ice. So far, we're
Good.
down 50.
We're even, yeah.
Cumulative,
We're
we're
okay.
about 50. So we have kind of self-funded it already.
Exactly.
You
Um,
could do that. You
yeah.
could basically say the
Yes,
150.
so we,
and-
if we,
again, we
so
don't
if we
need
kind
to
of
total
run a
till the end.
cumulative
Yeah.
piece, we could
I
understand.
We
understand
don't
that,
need to total
but
to the end.
I understand that.
We keep saying, where's it gonna come from? Well, we'll figure that out at the end. If the number is 0, great. If the number is negative, great. If the number is positive 5 million, not great. Right? Like that's, we will never get there if every change we make, we then have to rebalance, because you won't be allowed to make any changes. Then we will be
Right.
handcuffed to
Agreed.
nothing.
Absolutely agree.
So let's go one at a
My-
time, and then we can sum. Okay?
So I'm a no.
Okay. 0.
To add it,
I don't wanna add 100,000.
Doesn't wanna
agree.
add
Jamie's
any.
already given him 270,
I agree.
yeah.
Jamie's not.
It's context.
Just,
For my context and my decision-making, he is.
But that's the next line. So
Doesn't
you'd be
matter.
voting against his decision. So saying 0 would be that you are saying you want it to stay at 1.4.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I think-
Then you're saying you want to add to it in the same as his recommendation, which is 279?
I think you guys should just vote on Ryan's idea of, are you gonna add 100,000 to snow and ice, and
Yes.
I'll figure out everything else
Yes,
later.
and I am
think
not.
It's
you're
just a
right.
number, it doesn't
I
have to be
know.
100.
I
So you
get it.
wanna go with his, which is
I get it.
279.
Nope, I
No,
wanna
but-
just not give 100,000. That's my,
So you wanna keep it at 1.4.
Yes, that's
yes,
what she
I
said.
don't wanna increase
Got
by
it.
100.
Same. Take it out of the
Keep it
budget.
at 1.4.
No way.
I would say the same. My argument would be you revisit this and once you have the free cash at the end of the year before the snow season, based on what you have in resources then.
Sure.
And snow's unpredictable.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm good to leave it.
Natalie?
I wanna add it,
How much?
the
Anywhere?
100.
100K? George?
No, no way.
0. And I'm fine with your recommendation, Jamie. 279 was your
No, that's not.
narrative
much.
recommendation?
That's already in.
No, it's not. It's in tree trimming. That's the
In
next line, which
expenses.
we're about
Right.
to get to.
Okay.
Okay. So
0.
your proposal
Yep.
would be to remove 279
Yeah.
from tree trimming. right?
DPW expenses, yep.
Fine,
Variety
but
of
to be
things, yeah.
aligned to your proposal, that would be what, I'm just aligning, so to show people what aligning to what you've written in your narrative
Yeah.
would look like, it would be adding
Yeah.
279 here
Correct.
and subtracting 279 here.
You're correct.
Because we're talking tree trimming, et cetera, and
Yep.
snow and ice.
Correct.
Okay.
So net adds 100.
Net add is 0.
With 100.
There's not enough support to add the 100,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought
so it's a
there
net zero.
Sorry.
He's right.
Sorry. In the column labeled Ryan, the net add is 0. In the column as we have it here now, it would actually be a net removal of 179K from the DPW expenses line. Does that make sense?
No.
It's wrong.
It's not wrong, it's math.
I would argue, I would just say on this issue, I think
Take
I've
the
gotten a great,
279
I think
out.
I've gotten a very good sentiment, and I think you guys, there doesn't seem like there's enough support to add the 100,000 in from
Exactly.
the original proposal, right?
Which
But,
is your,
but, no, that's your recommendation of
Okay.
100,000, right? The snow and ice applied to operating budget, right?
right, so that was me going halfway towards what you had recommended.
Correct.
And the group here
Correct.
is saying, don't do anything. Don't move any to snow and ice. Most people said, leave snow and ice at 1.4. So your recommendation to move 279, most of the group here has said they disagree with you.
Correct.
Is everyone clear on that?
I don't,
My recommendation is not to touch that budget at all, in however,
Sure. Leave
that
it in
it's
tree trimming.
adjusted
Yeah.
at the end based
Leave it in
on
tree
facts on the
trimming,
ground.
not in snow and ice.
We can
I
do
was-
whatever, but I would say
The
that
numbers had escaped me. I wouldn't take this 279 out either.
Wouldn't take it out.
Well,
Do you want to trim trees or do you want snow and ice?
trim trees.
Trim trees,
Be honest.
so don't move it. Yeah,
that's
perfect.
fair enough.
As is, as
Perfect.
proposed.
Yeah.
So that would
That's
be a
helpful.
0-0.
could they all speak to the tree trimming and
Yeah.
DPW expenses, roads, sidewalks, crosswalk painting,
Yeah.
all that stuff? Get rid of it or leave it?
Leave it.
Do we want to
Leave it.
restore? Leave it.
Sorry.
I don't wanna partake in that one.
Okay, abstain.
Leave it alone.
I'm not partaking in that one.
She's abstained.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's
Tom,
abstained.
I say leave it as is.
leave it as is.
John's saying leave it as is.
leave it as this.
Leave it as is.
Chris?
Leave it.
Leave it alone.
Nah.
Leave it.
Okay, so
And I still wanna have the 100.
yeah, so just to be clear,
just to
Natalie's
give-
would
yes.
be
So-
increasing DPW
And the
by
way,
100K.
like, and I'm a mathematical brain, so this is the way I'm thinking, I took 150 away from OPEB. So as I go through this list, do I wanna give it back to other departments where I feel it should be justified? Or do I want 150 less to be used of free cash? So that's how like my running tally is going. So like in my case, I'm like, yeah, it's kind of a good idea to have 100 additional. So I still have 50 left in my bank. That's kind of how I'm thinking.
I follow you. I
Yeah.
follow every one of you on
Yeah,
your,
I
on
agree.
your, on your situation.
Yeah, so I just want to kind of think through, like, let you guys know what, like, how I was
So you're
thinking.
trying to get to a zero-sum game.
Just math-wise, the way
Yeah.
these work is like, so the column for me would be like move from tree trimming to snow and ice, like Jamie had said he was going to recommend. George's would be leave the money in tree trimming and don't add anything to snow and ice. And Natalie's would be leave tree trimming as is, but add 100K to snow and ice from somewhere else. Not the DPW current budget, but from somewhere else. Now, like, you're marking it against other upper rows, but it could come from lower rows, it could come from anywhere.
Whoever.
Is that,
And I'm in George's court.
okay, and so I mean, the majority of people are in the 0-0 land, right? Okay, so like, that's where we net on those. Okay.
Good.
Facilities. So we can, again, we can treat these as two separate items, right? Water and other contracted services. I think the recommendation on the table is really not to do it that way, and it's to just treat expenses as expenses, which is fine. Do we, like, let's just treat all four of these as, three, yep, as, how would we like to adjust the facilities expenses budget, if at all? And if there's any discussion people want to have before we go into that about any of the particular line items that we did, let's do that.
I like to talk about the water.
Okay.
If you take the water out, you gotta adjust the revenue in the enterprise fund. The hospital. The town bills the department. It creates a revenue within the enterprise fund.
Okay.
So if I take out that budget, I gotta take it out of the budgeted enterprise fund.
So, just to be clear, like, I follow what you're saying, but it's not dollar for dollar like that. You have to use the water first in order for the department to have it. And water departments don't work like a dollar for dollar, like you have a balanced budget, right? We end up going through the same free cash process, it's called retained earnings. It's a statutory mechanism for enterprise funds. So if we use it, some years, George and I remember, some years you come out with retained earnings, depending on whether it's really wet out. If it rains all summer, no one's watering their lawns, we actually lose revenue.
Right.
If it's dry, right, but not a drought, people are, people are watering their lawns, they're out in the pools like crazy, we end up making more money. We've been down and had retained earnings down below $1 million at the end of the year, and we've had retained earnings at 3 or 4 million at the end of the year. So I just want to point out, if this is a cut, it's just simply a cut here, that's it. I know that doesn't make sense from a balancing budget standpoint, but I hope you can follow me.
It's an on-paper maneuver.
It's an on-paper maneuver, but we're just simply not using the water, but the revenue we're taking in,
It's $45,000, $75,000.
but we're not assuming they don't match. We don't say, oh, all the water use in every budget equates to the water budget department. What we do is we say, the town uses X amount of water. We anticipate through the tier system of the water usage, and we anticipate what the budget's gonna be and what the revenues are gonna be. That's all we do. So I hope that makes sense. It's not a dollar for dollar transaction.
There's no budget created for the enterprise fund, it's just.
And if you want, at the end, we can literally go through the enterprise funds, which we didn't really go through last night, and we could just look at the sheets and I can show you. Like because we didn't really go through those,
As long as
it's not a
in my
revenue
mind,
loss.
if I take an expense out that has a revenue associated with it.
But let's just say this spring, it's wet, right? We wouldn't turn on the irrigation systems full force to do watering that much because it's already wet, the grass is always green, and the kids are happy, right? So like, it's not like there's not an apple to apple there.
So when the town uses water,
Yeah.
does it transfer money to the enterprise?
Yeah, we pay ourselves,
Right.
right?
Okay. So if I take $45,000 out,
Hang on, Jamie, just clarify, do we transfer or do we pay a bill that then goes through a process that ends it in the enterprise fund?
Okay, there we go.
It's not an account A to B, just like I zelled you this money, it's
Exactly.
I pay my bill, it then gets processed like anyone else paying their water bill.
Correct.
And then some portion of that, through some financial awesomeness, ends up in an enterprise account, but it's not like.
Correct.
It's not like just a, hey, we transfer between.
It actually,
Okay,
just
so-
like a house and just like a business.
Yeah.
When Ryan goes and turns on his irrigation and he uses a lot of water this year, his water bill's gonna go up. But if he
Facts.
doesn't use a lot of water, right, because
I
of
will.
whatever reasons, but if he didn't for some reason, then we're not charging him all that water
No,
he didn't use.
I understand that, I'm just trying to get
Okay.
the accounting down.
Okay, well, that's
So
Linda and
if I,
I'm right
Great.
here. No, I got it. I'm okay with this accounting.
Yeah.
But don't go far.
It's not free
because
cash.
if I'm reducing an expense that I bill for,
Yeah,
that I write a check to an account. So here, I got an expense, I'm writing a check to pay for that expense
Sure.
that goes into an enterprise account.
correct.
But you didn't
Yep.
incur those costs yet.
But you
That's a
didn't incur
budget.
those
But-
costs.
If I'm budgeting correctly,
You're not.
okay,
This
so
is
that,
government's
that's,
budget.
Well,
So-
no, this is a usage bit,
We're
I
just
guess
so,
you're
joking.
right. I guess
I
you're
would
right.
assume, when
That's
I
true.
would do a budget like that, I would
Right.
assume that, okay, I have a 75,000, whatever it is here, and on my revenue side, I have
Right.
that match.
Okay,
What you're saying, we don't do that.
but what,
Enterprise
impossible
funds
to do
don't
it.
really work with revenue that way. Like, that isn't, it's not the same. It's not like we're using the enterprise funds as a revenue source that we're using in this budget.
Correct.
They're a totally different thing.
correct.
So it's,
Bingo.
it's leaving the budget because we're paying a business.
I see
called
in
the
my,
people who
I
give us
see
the
in my
water.
revenues,
The indirects
I
are,
see in my revenues,
You do.
enterprise funds,
I just moved my.
I
mouse, so
see
come
it
back.
at,
I went to
$2 million to come up to 160, it's in that number.
the
And that's-
indirects reflect the healthcare and benefits portion of the enterprise fund that get indirected because
No, I'm
That-
not there yet,
I am, because the
but I'm
indirect,
not.
okay,
What you're telling me
yeah,
is that I write a check to an enterprise account, comes out of my expense side.
Yeah.
Goes in the enterprise account. If I look at my enterprise account on this, revenue
Indirects.
control sheet,
Yeah.
there's $2 million.
I just told you, none of that has to do with the expenditure of water. What that is that the 15 or so, whatever employees, FTEs, or 20 employees that are out of the water enterprise fund, including the DPW director, the town engineer, all of the other staff that have a share of that budget, their health care and their benefits are what that indirect cost is. It is not the water usage.
I'm on the revenue side, so I have an expense in the revenue?
Yeah, so sorry.
It's a
Tom, I think-
reduction of an expense.
We're kind of going in circles.
Right.
The
The-
expense goes into, let's just treat the enterprise fund as a small business.
Right.
We're sending this into the small business. And what Jamie's saying is the only portion of the small business spending that is showing up in revenue is them paying benefits for employees.
Because benefits gets
Not-
paid out.
Not the water, because they have to buy the water they're selling you. Like,
Okay.
that's a them balance sheet of buying and selling water, but
So
all
that's
that's
a
coming out
transfer.
of that is their
Correct.
profit. that
It's
they're
a
making.
reduction of expense.
Correct.
Okay.
It's like
So-
a separate entity.
But the question here is, just to refocus is that if we want to water less, right? That then saves $75,000 in the operating budget and gives you either less free cash that we have to use, or to Natalie's point earlier, you could try to, at the end, you could reshuffle around and say, we want to prioritize some other expense.
Precisely.
So,
And I think I would ground us back to the comment was made earlier. The way things are organized, like we can say that we're recommending water. That one specifically, we could say, hey, maybe water the
Correct.
lawn,
Yeah.
lawns less. But in reality, we should be more looking at the facilities' total budget. How much should their expenses increase this year? I don't have it in front of me, but I think it was about
300.
300,000, yeah, which I don't know what that was percentage-wise.
Hold on.
It's like 2.6 to
26.
2.9.
yeah, somewhere around
Think?
there. It's probably pretty close.
I'm trying to remember, but it's a lot of numbers.
It was pretty close, because it wasn't, because it's a 5,
It's like 8%, 9% increases.
On expenses,
well, whatever the
6%.
percentage is.
6%.
Public property and buildings was 6.1%.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
like, the real question is, do we want to confirm or adjust a 6-ish% increase in the expenses for facilities? That's like,
Yes.
Yes.
you want to leave it alone?
I would leave it alone. Reasons brought up before, inflation kind of chewing through that budget.
Thank you for
I'm
going
zero,
first, John.
too. I wanna leave it just like it is.
Same.
Are we talking aggregate, like all of it together? Yeah.
You
I
can-
mean, I don't want to,
You
I-
can keep it separate or aggregate, however you'd like.
I'm going to keep it together.
Okay.
'Cause- So it's about what did we say, about 300,000?
That they went up.
343.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to take Chris's method for math and go half.
Okay.
Right? It's still a 3% increase in expenses, which is significant.
I'll go half.
These were, I think, my numbers. I was. Okay, and then Chris,
Yeah, I'll do the same as them.
the half. Okay.
Let's stay as is.
Now, did anybody feel strongly about that being water versus something else? I don't
No.
think I heard. Okay, so I'm gonna just
Treat 'em
completely
like the school committee, give them
I'm
this
gonna
money and
get
make sure
rid of
things happen.
these
Perfect. Yep.
in their entirety. We're gonna move
It's
this.
just gonna be one basic line item number, right?
Yeah, we are gonna move this to here. And then we're gonna delete these entirely.
Can we let Steve make his comment?
We sure can.
Take,
The one other piece I would add to the discussion, if you recall, and you may not because you're doing a whole lot of good work, during the facilities discussion the other night, they did take an action, as I recall, to relook at the line items and better describe, because some of those line items had challenged through the years, et cetera. Jamie has started explaining. So I'm just cautious from my own side, clearly you have to make the decision that you're making some changes to something that may very well be a moving target anyway. So, they're not gonna be able to do that before the end of this particular piece, because it's gonna take some time to do that. But
I think we're
just wanted you to
aligned.
remember that, because it hadn't been mentioned in the discussion here.
I think we're aligned because we've now grouped it to just general facilities
Correct.
expenses, like we are no longer treating it as individual line items.
Individual
because
pieces.
But I think what Kevin said, and I hope I'm quoting him correctly, was that he was fairly confident in his overall number
Yes.
at the bottom.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
we're, okay.
You're spot on.
Now, for this one, I don't really have a clear, like, this becomes kind of a question mark, because we are somewhat split here. So we can either table this for further discussion, continue on, and come back to it, or we can try to.
Let's continue on.
Okay.
Let's get some of the easy ones out of the way.
Okey doke. Easy ones, George says.
Slam dunk.
Okay.
Did we ever spend our
Yeah.
money?
Anybody opposed to just
Not
leaving?
much.
Okay.
Yeah,
Not
just
Not
go
much.
ahead.
Yeah, just,
Not much. And that will not, by the way, come out of the AI,
No.
okay.
just
that's
to make
the
sure
one.
that,
Okay.
yeah.
We
Yeah.
finally got minutes that mean something, and I wanna keep them.
I did buy a nameplate, sorry.
My
I did,
God.
right there.
Oh,
I used your
we
budget.
shouldn't, my budget?
I did,
$7.
Okay.
I think we left $500 in there for like
fully
meetings and stuff, so I think we're
disclosed
covered.
that
Yeah.
I-
Get donation.
I know.
Yeah.
Jamie's just spending money, $7 gone.
It was me. I didn't even get approval.
We didn't
from
approve that.
Jamie.
I
I
know.
You didn't approve that in this,
I know.
Yeah.
I don't remember
But
this
that-
motion.
Don't either.
Okay.
Okay.
Free cash allocation, there is more out there as of just the current proposed operating budget. Now, we've added to it a bit by some of the previous ones. The question here is more of a balancing question, so I think we table this one.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Really?
I don't get this
Yeah.
until the end.
It won't make
Yeah.
sense
Yeah.
until the end. The inspector's office, we had salaries. Do we want to increase by adding an inspector? There was some folks on that. For a discussion point,
Yep.
When's the best time?
I don't mean this, close your ears, please. Yeah, don't listen. Adding an inspector, if I understood correctly, although it may be a revenue generation point, it sounded like it was not inspecting net new projects and net new permits. It was re-inspecting current residents' buildings. And effectively, the money that we would be generating would be by causing people with building flaws to pay that money and then get their buildings fixed and then have to go through permitting process. Having more inspectors seems like in some ways it would be a burden to the town's residents to have to now fix things at a faster schedule. Now I get that that's like, it's not what you wanna hear, and I get that that's not perfect, and it's not like the ideal fire code and whatnot, but I don't think, like, in my opinion, this is an odd way to generate revenue by going around and inspecting people and forcing them to fix things that otherwise, like, maybe we wouldn't have
I
gone
don't think
on.
that's it.
It's not
That
fixed
was how it
things.
was described.
No, that's
This
not.
is-
No.
Yeah, describe,
Gus is gonna tell us.
I'm gonna shoot myself in the foot right here, by the way.
Why?
I'll never
Please,
refuse
no.
more help, but Jamie brought up a good point. I said it last night on Monday night, that there's a lot of people that need it desperately. Public safety, I do, but I'm gonna throw this at you. There's a global problem, and I love that word. I wanted to always use it.
If I had a cocktail, I'd be taking a sip right now.
And it's in this town, and it's a dirty multiple syllable word, and it's called development. We need development desperately in this town. It's what feeds the machine. I've said it many times. I think you can all appreciate what I'm saying. However, no one wants more traffic. Smart growth is why Maureen is here, to help us get more development and trees, so that we start to see a benefit from what we can do to get really proactive and creative with some of our land that isn't being used. I know it's a bad thing to talk about with everybody because they're insanely, and I don't blame them, insanely obsessed with the traffic out front. However, it's not Dover, although Dover's pretty busy too these
Yeah.
days to cut through. But we're a working class town, we always have been. And I think it's what feeds the machine, and to cave into, I know I'm gonna get bashed for this, to cave into neighbors that don't want any development next to them. If you knew that the land was vacant when you bought next to it, there's no guarantees that it's not gonna be developed later on. And I just think that we are a
Take it
working
first,
class town, that, yes, there's some things that have been done that,
What does that have to do with this?
thank you, Tom. I could go on and on, right? What it's got to do with is new development feeds that new inspector.
So
So if we don't allow new development,
we don't need the inspector.
we don't need the inspector.
But I think to the point earlier, sorry to interrupt, but I think to the conversation earlier, and I think some folks mentioned it, I think Sarah did in her speech, right? Jamie laid out a bunch of stuff, and I appreciated the support. There wasn't as many ideas in there as what she kind of alluded to, but one of them was like this more global conversation, which is not here tonight. If there was a leadership position from the elected officials that we were going to challenge NIMBYism, I think Gus is also saying he would need the additional inspector more than ever, right? So this is kind of like, maybe the finance committee doesn't wade into that like toxic debate of like, you know, the particular buildings that are currently being, you know, appealed or whatever, not just Stobart's but others. Like, but maybe you say, as a finance committee, a revenue on here is new growth. We want to see more growth. We want to be less rejective of growth. And that as a result of that, an investment in an inspector right now may be a good idea. I think also, Gus spoke last night, and I think Jen, you just mentioned it, like, you know, him and Bernie are stretched pretty thin. Like a comparable community is going to be able to have more bandwidth. And more bandwidth in his office doesn't go out and hurt people by inspecting them and telling them to fix things and do things more, but there will be more time out there to help pay for that position and then maybe make a little bit more on top of that.
Yeah, and Ryan, get back to your point. Remember the fire down in New Bedford in that assisted living facility? They didn't inspect it for a while,
Right.
Sure.
and a bunch of stuff
That's
happened.
another great aspect.
So, the idea of an inspection, even though they charge for the inspection, it also protects the town.
Yep.
If we
It
do
does.
it right. All right?
Plus.
I'm sorry, so where I'm heading on this, it is a revenue source in my mind. But, is there enough out there to subsidize this position? Now, if I did my math correctly, this person has to, work around to get $9 million a year online, so to speak, to pay for the position
In value.
and value. To get that, to get everything ready for the assessors to assess it, needs about $9 million of assessment to pay for that position, in my math. So, as you look at getting things online timely to get that revenue in, that's, so,
He's saying by doing the inspections,
you
which is
create,
true. You have a hand-in-hand partnership with the assessors to be able to
Correct.
go create more valuation out of more properties.
Do
So
we
there-
then need to add to the assessor's office
We are.
as well?
I
It's
think
in the
that-
budget.
That's the argument
That's-
Yes.
the assessor's making with the admin by
Yeah.
freeing up the 5 to 10 hours per appraiser
Correct.
per week.
Right.
Is
And-
essentially hiring a new appraiser.
now,
Right.
correct
but
me
for
if I'm
cheaper
wrong.
money.
Correct.
The,
But for lower amount
the
of money.
assessment has to be done by January 1st to get onto the next tax roll. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I speed up a project and get it done by December 31, I get, it's 6 months later, but I start getting revenue in. If I get it in on January 2nd, I get 18 months. That's where my head's at. Now, are we in that position? and what other revenue that would take, because you get inspection services and stuff like that. So is there a way that we can identify, am I barking up the right tree? That's what I'm asking.
No, I think you are, but I think my recommendation for this, because again, this was one of mine, is strategic investments, right? So I think that, you know, when we talk about growth and we talk about this, like, I think we have to think about strategic investments. It's not, and I appreciate your comment about revenue, because I think that's a part of it, but it doesn't always happen immediately, right? But are we structurally setting things up that we're putting positions in that potentially are going to add value and capacity when we're looking at that development, right? So it becomes more about strategic investments, and I appreciate you saying other departments need it more. If we, you know, we've talked about this, if we can get everyone, but I think for me, making this recommendation, knowing that the assessor's office is bringing in a part-time person to help their capacity, these are strategic investments when we talk about building and increasing new revenue. So without these foundational investments, we're just gonna continue to chase. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I do appreciate your comment on revenue, but I think for me, it's more the strategic investment for future structural supports. So I will end it there.
Gus, what percentage of inspections are due to, I'll call them safety inspections or whatever, to Ryan's point, versus the new kitchen, the new bathroom?
25%.
25%?
25 on the safety inspections, 75% on the kitchens.
Okay, so we're not gonna be going out,
Well, but-
looking at houses to see if the bathroom flushes or whatever.
Well, so I thought that was what was said last night, whatever night it was that
He's
the,
talking about
New build,
multifamily
too.
dwellings.
hang on,
It's new build too.
was
Yes.
that the open space, not what he does currently, but what would be increased, where the green space was to do more than what the current team can do, was heavier on safety inspections for existing locations, was not heavier on, like, we do not have a untapped potential backlog of buildings that are getting their project delayed because we're not inspecting them, that it was more towards, like, the vast majority of what another inspector would do would be increase our capacity to do inspections that are supposed to be every 6 years, I think you said. Is that?
5 years, yes.
5 years.
Yeah,
Is that
multifamilies.
correct, that that's mostly what?
Multifamilies, we get them done, but we struggle. What it does is it takes away, Ryan, from my other duties with doing the paperwork. I said, we've turned into administrators because we had to. Don't get me wrong, the online system works great, but what a new inspector would do is he would also, if we had new growth, he would also come in and chase permits that weren't pulled at all. And we have a good amount of those where we see things going on and we try to catch everybody. And we make it so easy so they will pull permits, but you're not gonna stop it all. But a third inspector would help that because he's on the road and he's seeing what's being done at these homes as well. And we're good about it. We catch them, triple fee them, and we move on. We don't torture them. We don't want to slow down the process. We want money coming in.
So to that
And-
end, would it make sense, I mean, to a degree, do with it what you want, but like, would it make sense to operate more like what the assessor is saying, and instead of adding a net new inspector, add an administrative assistant who then keeps the team who currently inspects on the road more and does more of the paperwork? I also think, like, just for our purposes, like the number we have penciled in here of 90, there's going to be some benefit line item that would have to go with that, right? So if we want 90 to be the total, we're probably talking of a salary more like 65? I don't know what the-
Well, no, the benefits would be in the lower budget.
Like total,
but
if we said
that would
total's
be-
90.
So if, this is one, to that point, so right now, actually, just, because I want to get clarity, because Karen and I have texted a couple times. If you were to do anything, Gus, do you want another Bernie, meaning, do you want another deputy inspector? No,
we
no,
get a
no,
Bernie?
there's two Bernies,
Oh.
sorry. Bernie's the deputy inspector, his salary is 92,429. So that number would then go to 92,429 to pay equity in an equal salary for another inspector, otherwise you get into issues. Or is the better path ahead, what Jen mentioned earlier, the second Bernie deputy inspector isn't your succession planning for the Bernie and Ritchie, which are your wiring and plumbing inspectors. So do you want more wiring and plumbing inspectors to do just that work? Or do you want another global assistant building commissioner type person that can do a lot more bandwidth, but you don't know exactly what they're gonna do? That's actually a bigger question. And the reason why that's important is what Ryan was walked into, which is another deputy commissioner essentially is another healthcare account.
Yes.
But if you hired 2 more Bernie and Ritchies, plumbing, wiring, metal, sheet, whatever, now you're hiring 2 part-time people and you're not paying another benefits. But I also don't know what the market is, because I can tell you right now, there ain't no way under living hell you are ever gonna replace this guy. He is the best building commissioner that has ever existed, and trying to go out in some places, it is really, really hard to get building commissioners and inspectors. Like, they're just not. Assessors too are really hard to find. So at some point, we're gonna have to pay for something, and we're gonna have to fill those gaps. And I think Jen does bring up a very good point.
Thanks, Jamie.
Bernie and Ritchie, you bring up a lot of good points. Bernie and Ritchie
Just one.
need to be, they're gonna need to be replaced at some point. And I think we've talked about this with HR. I didn't go there. I mean, they're gonna need to, like, so I think that's a question that Ryan's asking. Like, I mean, the benefits will get absorbed at some point within the benefits line item, but I think more importantly, what is your biggest need for safety, revenue, and coordinating with the assessors on new growth? All of them are good points. And more capacity, to Jen's, another excellent point, this is like an FY 28, 29, 2030 strategic concept of filling systems to go out and grab more new growth. And we know that the town council, many of them, are on this issue. So what's your recommendation?
It's a
for
hybrid part-time inspector
staff? A hybrid part-time inspector.
that is licensed, but can do the administrative work as well, because it's as important as going out in the field.
And is that paying somebody the same rate as our part-time inspectors now?
Yes.
Okay, so that ends up becoming, just to look at Bernie and Ritchie, they're at $50 an hour. They're at $49,265. So you're really asking for $49,265 for another hybrid inspector. We may need a little delta there, but that's gonna get you another top, because they're paid very well for they're
They
paid
are
very.
the best in the
Same.
area, yes.
So maybe maybe the finance committee makes the recommendation of the
Change it to
50 grand.
Yeah.
Is that,
Yeah, that's fair, and that helps, and, you know,
and we're not paying another benefits line
there's,
item?
I could,
Right.
again, I
It's
could
our
go
first
on and
salary.
on. We've kind of kept our cool about this whole thing, because we know what's going on. It's been going on. I've been here 28 years. It's been going on a long time. And we know what we need. It's just getting there.
Yep.
And it needs to start at the top. It's like you with your assistant
Yeah.
or your deputy is, all the town administrators are similar. The difference between Jamie and Jeff were that they forward think. They can predict what's gonna happen, and they also lead by example. And you can't, it's hard to be that guy or that woman all the time when you're chasing your tail, which means you don't have enough help, enough bandwidth is a great word. And I wish I could fix it with one word. You know, I don't know what that word is, but you've all done a great job, so I appreciate it. And really, you humbled me by even putting that on the board. So, thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, guys.
And I think, Jen, just to echo your point, like, I think it's been said a number of times in our meetings and in town council meetings and in the community that we want to promote revenue growth. And yet we're sitting here looking at budget line items and trying to cut things. Well, this is like exactly that. Like, we're saying we want to infuse into the operating budget a little bit that we think has potential to grow revenue long-term. Now, whether it's today revenue that we can count on to fix this budget, like, probably not. But next year, maybe it helps a little.
Yeah,
Maybe the
right.
year after that, it helps a little more.
Correct.
But like, this is just for, again, for those watching that I know we talked to, and I hope people do watch, but like, this is the kind of thing that if we do this, it's a revenue generation, it's not an expense we're adding. I mean, it is today an expense we're adding, or a salary we're adding, but to the end of revenue generation.
Correct.
And I think that's, Tom, what you
You're a
did.
good diplomat. Strategic revenue.
Right, but that's what we all want, right? Like, nobody wants higher taxes and take the money from our own pockets more. We all want to do it through generating revenue.
Yeah,
Like, that's what we would like to do.
This to me seems like a good trade-off for the OPEB stuff we were talking about earlier.
You're right.
Okay, So just going around, Jen,
What's my question, sorry?
dollar figure. I think we were aligning on 50, but I'm just trying
Yeah,
to.
whatever
yeah,
it's,
50.
whatever you estimate for that need.
If you wanna do 49,265 to be exact, you could
No,
also do.
let's do
No, let's
50.
go 50.
I'm just,
50.
look,
Yeah.
but I gotta pay the,
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just.
Yeah, 50.
Thank you.
It's too late to do math.
265.
Yeah.
So we'll
Is-
get 750 into free cash next year.
Well,
Depending
Let's
on
see
when you
who we
hire
hire.
them, though.
Yeah, yeah,
let's see who we hire.
yeah.
Okay.
Just, okay.
Thanks, Gus.
Police. We had an expense and we had a salary line item on here. So expenses, I think we're around the tier 1 to capital expenses we saw this year, and whether we want to try to move some of those into operating. Tasers, body armor, a few other, like, I don't know.
Can want me to start this discussion?
Sure.
So I think, so for me, the expense is long-term. So when we talked last night, it was talking about immediate one-year budget, like what is it looking for us and where can we make some, strategic investments? And then 2, what are those things that we would need to talk about through that joint budget committee for long-term correction, right? Because obviously our financial practices have not been great having some of these things in capital. So for me, I don't anticipate adjusting the 95 right now. That's something for me I want to look at long-term when we start talking about long-term stability and moving those funds out of capital and into the operating budget for our typical yearly expenses. So I would say no on that, but that's more of a long-term goal for me. And then for the SROs, I think I'm going to speak strongly to not remove SROs and keep we only have 2 right now, and I will tell you that the new school complexes are loaded. And it is very difficult to manage that many kids without a SRO on site. So I do think that when we talk about this and it's it's the SRO, they add a lot of value to the schools. And the schools this year were very, I don't want to say uplifted, I got to be careful, but it was a big change, right? And there's tons of kids and it's chaotic, and the middle schools, and if anyone's bored during the day and want to go hang out with a bunch of 8th graders with hormones, I think it's a great experience for you. But I do think that they really miss this position, having it in the buildings. And I think that having 2 has been very impactful, especially in a year when we made such big changes to the structure of our schools. So
Just to be clear.
I'm not-
Remove 1 is not take one of the 2.
no, I know.
It's to go from 2 to 3 or go from 2 to 4?
Yes, so I'm a
Okay.
2 to 4 girl.
Go.
Because I do think it's been extremely impactful for the schools and our community, and I do think that it's a big deal. So I would not vote to move that unless everyone's going to volunteer to do lunch duty.
I just wanted to clarify because I knew I wrote it poorly.
Ryan,
Then I will.
point of clarification on the 95. This would
Yes.
be, in theory, to fund stuff that was not picked up in the,
No,
Capital.
we typically pay out of the capital.
so is there like a weird timing thing here?
So I guess if
Where
I
it's
were
like we're talking about the next year's,
kind of, if I were to, I think I added these line items. So if I were to explain the thinking, I added them from originally, and I think I asked the chief the other night. So like, although I don't even I didn't even put an X on the remove the SRO. So like, I'll go with the chief on he would rather have the SROs than the cruisers. But when he comes back for cruisers, which I think is inevitable, like I'm gonna be a no vote there, and I hope that was clear the other night of like, nope, can't fund that because like we gave you the choice when you picked SROs. And I think the tasers and things like that is a very similar, like the option would be to put it in now, with the idea being we don't wanna have to deliberate on that in capital later because we know it's coming. It's not like a unknown, it's definitely gonna be there. We can not add it into the operating budget now, which does in any number, but it saves us, if we don't put it in, it keeps us where we are and we don't add 95K to the budget. But we still have to pay the 95K, we just have to earmark free cash for it. And in the back of my mind, I'm having a hard time figuring out how we're gonna pay for this fire truck. That's where I'm at, is like, this year, I think we had free cash and we had some stuff we were looking at paying for, but we also kicked $1 million can down the road. And I know we can do debt, things for it and whatnot. Like, I know we talked about ways to pay for it, but it's a can that we've kicked, and that makes me nervous, so I don't wanna keep spending as much free cash as we have been with a can that big out there.
Yeah,
And I know
so-
that they're unrelated, but that was the,
So I agree with this concept of like we really need to reevaluate the difference between these two exercises here, the operating budget and the capital budget. My question's more on, does this actually work timing wise for when these things are purchased? So for funding this for the 27 budget, like it's to me a question of like when the tasers that we approved this year, whatever the item is this year, actually gets purchased, because there could be a scenario in which
does it just
they
come back to
purchase
free
this.
cash?
They purchase this next year. The things we already approved in capital, we've budgeted. Now they don't need to use this budget, and then we're here in July of 27 saying this doesn't.
But I think so it becomes a future thing, because at some point it has to go in the budget, right? So it's like, I agree, and definitely if we put it in, it would just go to free cash, but at least then it would go in the line item. But I think it just becomes part of the, like,
What is?
the whole,
Like when we do free cash in whatever it is, January.
Yeah.
And he says, I need tasers, and we say, okay, you can have the tasers in our recommendation, and town council says, yeah, we're good. Doesn't he just go pay for the tasers like the next week? Like he's
yeah,
writing
so
a check?
say when we did that, he bought the tasers already. So if we put
So
it in
this
the
just lets him
budget,
buy the tasers.
if we put it in the budget now, he's like, oh crap, well, I just bought them.
No, he has a whole year to buy them. So he's gonna
Yeah,
ask
yes,
us
I guess
again
he
in
could buy them
January,
on
so he
like
saves it till
5/29 or
January and
whatever,
uses
yeah.
it. It's the
6th,
same,
June 30th.
same outcome as long as he keeps it before next June,
Yeah,
right?
but he would buy it at the end of the year, cause he just got them. So yeah, so it just
This
becomes.
year,
a-
no,
yeah,
like this year it's in capital, he has to spend it out of capital,
Correct.
takes,
And then if we put it in the budget, he wouldn't need it until, and so he would probably wait until
he would not
June to
ask
commit.
for it next year.
And he would not
Right.
ask for it,
But
and
the
then it would
timing
be
still
established.
works, it's still within the fiscal year either way. I think
It just, it would be on the very, we'd have to buy it
Gotcha.
on
I
like
just
the
wanted to
tail
make sure
end.
we didn't either have
It
a
doesn't like.
gap that nothing gets done, or you have to do two
Yeah.
things in a year. I
Right.
guess my next question would be, do we have to holistically think about everything on that list and doing like this? And I know that was kind of your
Yep,
intent
I
with a
would
lot of
love
these.
to, but I think the idea, at least with as many as we could, is what is the base? Like, we're going to ask the same thing every year in capital. Like, becomes a silly exercise, in my opinion. Like, I know Shannon and I were talking at one point of like, we both kind of wanted to ask of like, well, do we really need new tasers? But then we got the clarification, like, our answer didn't matter. We already signed an agreement that we're gonna pay for that, like, we're already in a contract for
Right.
those tasers, and it was just a payment that year. So what was the point of us even
Yeah.
asking? Like the money is done. So to me, even more so, that felt like why ask me a question where my hands are so tied on what the answer is? It's like, I have to give you that money because you already signed a contract. I mean, we could get into legal breaking the contract, but like, that's silly. Like, now we're in weird
Right.
litigation. So at that point, it's an operating expense.
Yeah.
Like, it's no longer even a consideration of like, the cruisers at least are large and capital-ish, depending on what definition you're using, but like, the tasers are like, nah.
The only other thing this might possibly do is just reduce your flexibility. If for whatever reason we didn't have that and
It does.
we needed to break that lease or something
does.
or whatever. that
100%. And all of the capital items we would move back have that effect, which is how they
Right.
got where they are in the
Yes.
first place, was increase our flexibility in the budget season by pushing them over to capital.
I mean, by that same logic, you could kick a lot of things out of the operating budget and just do this all as a,
Like free cash flow, yep.
yeah.
And it's an attempt to reverse mindset on that more than dollars. Like, I don't think we're going to move all the things back in 1 year.
Right,
But it's a more of a, how can we start to set that trend than
Yep.
anything else.
gotcha.
I mean, I think facilities is the other, like, there's just like a lot of facility things that are gonna come up there, like, how do we increase their expenses budget versus asking for, but, you can kind of go department by department and the same group is there. We don't have to do it, but,
Next
so,
person.
you were 0-0, did you have a thought, just,
I guess on the SROs, my take here is probably don't add back both of them. In this case, add back one because that's on the list. Simply because this is kind of what we're already working with current state, and I want to preserve as much of the free cash kind of in that sense as we can by not adding new things. Nothing to say about the value. I fully agree that the value is there, but the other positions that we've kind of been looking at and adding back are these kind of like revenue generating potential things, and that's my only thought there.
What about expenses? Thought on like the taser,
Oh,
try to move or don't
sorry.
try to move?
Yeah, I would try to move that, yes.
Okay. Tom,
Yeah,
we
I
some-
t- I-
we
I
got
s-
over you, but
I say move the tasers to capital. All right,
to
Capital, so he wants to keep it the way it is.
Keep
keep it the way it is.
keep it the way it is, okay?
All right, and I'm in favor of the resource officers.
Keeping as is.
2 to 4?
Yeah, what do they do in the summer?
They go back to their jobs.
Yeah.
They go
Patrol.
patrol, basically.
They fill
And one of
vacancies.
them, just so you know, is at for half-time, I believe, is at
Oh,
Tri-County.
yeah,
We have a
schools.
revenue source that comes in.
Yeah, they pay for that, yeah.
Right, they pay for it, but we get the benefit of the summer, so we get
Correct.
an actual officer, and then there's obviously the vacations and other things, so we have
You're
a
not
great
incurring
agreement.
the full cost for him.
Is it the full cost?
No, you're not incurring the
No,
full
we're
cost.
not
'cause we-
incurring-
Yeah,
right.
we fund it.
We're not fully the incurred cost of Tri-County.
You know what that number is, like
I
roughly?
think it's 50.
I think it's pretty close to 50,000.
Yeah, for the-
Yeah, it,
Half.
there's like a 3-year agreement, and then we
You wanna
adjust
change your
it
mind?
after collective bargaining and stuff.
Narrative.
So it's like, it escalates up as the cost goes up after
Yeah.
collective bargaining
Yeah.
agreements. But we do a renewal with them every like 3 or 4 years.
It's not too late. You can add that.
So is that
Keep it where it is, but
officer still
It's-
there?
it's-
Yeah,
No,
I thought, oh, is that the one that got laid off?
no,
Yes.
there meaning at the school. He's not there in the summer.
Right,
No,
oh.
no, no,
So
but
Chris.
is a resource officer at Tri-County
You got it,
today?
Tom.
It's
Yeah.
a split. So there's,
Oh.
they
Move it
saved,
up
they
a bit
saved
just to
2
see where we're
resource
at.
officers last year in the
Okay,
budget.
Scroll
halftime
up.
up there, halftime at the high
Can't see
school.
the right side.
And you get revenue because
Or
Right.
other,
we pay
other
for it.
direction.
Oh,
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Yeah, the table's in your way, huh?
Ooh, oh.
Chris.
You're good, you're good.
I'm confused as the 4 versus 2. We're just
They're
putting the
asking for
2
two.
back,
No,
right?
I think
No.
everybody's
There
saying they
are
want the
two.
4.
There are 2. The proposal is to
Oh, that's
add 2
good.
more.
To go back to what they had, because they
I
cut
would
two.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you.
Yeah, I'm 002.
Okay. Sorry, Chris.
Um,
And so, George, just to finish you, are you a move some capital into the operating budget or leave it in capital?
See, I'd like to go a little finer than that. It depends on what the amount is going in.
So that, I think we were saying 95, but you could propose a different for you amount if you wanted.
Well, I think we
95
ought
is-
to discuss it. I would be in favor of putting them in the budget.
95 was tasers, body armor, and a third
IT.
thing from this year.
IT,
IT.
IT.
There was like a small amount of like 10 grand every year they asked
Yeah.
for like software, like some
Yeah.
basic IT stuff.
I'd move them into the budget if possible.
Okay,
But
Chris.
the IT's under the threshold of 10 grand, is it?
Try it, Chris. Try
I
it.
think it's-
Capitalization schedule?
It varies every
so I'm
year,
good on
so
the
13
capital
is
not,
movement.
What's that?
creative
I'm
math.
a 0 for,
No, the
Expenses.
policy for
I
capitalization.
understand.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and
Yeah,
I
you're
think
right.
just one SR.
But-
10 grand. So 10 grand should stay in, technically.
So it's not, we try to hit 10 grand. I
Okay.
mean, we don't have to, it's not a whole start, I'm getting really tired. It's not a definite 10 grand. We tried to stay around there.
Alright.
So it's okay that it was in capital.
Okay, so
Can I just
on,
make one comment on that? So if you are gonna move those expenses to police, are you also gonna move from the other departments from
So
capital?
that's what John was asking.
Yeah.
And we decided, you decided,
not to.
no, not
Right.
to.
We already voted on those.
You're gonna do a little at a time
Okay.
and keep trying to add
And some of those
more.
were in the list, like the cruisers were in the list and we said no to those.
I just wasn't sure. 'cause
Okay.
I just was asking for clarity.
I mean, no, we.
Well, I'm
I-
sorry,
No, that's okay.
it's just,
I'm trying, I know.
If you
I
have
do
more,
think we
you-
should start to have that
Yeah.
conversation.
Yes,
and
I think it should be a
about that.
more routine thing. If it's the same
Yeah.
thing, if it's a commitment, if it's a routine, kind of, some of these routine operating expenses are in capital, it's done.
Yes. So this is another kind of like split decision one, but the remove an SRO, I think only had 2, so I'm gonna then like 0 and remove that from our. Okay. Recycling center, potentially increase fees is again just like a recommendation.
You know, why don't we have that as a placeholder someplace?
I think, yeah, we were full support, so we'll just leave that alone and move on.
Make it a placeholder.
Schools, I'll say this, the overall school budget, so I think we had some different line items, but to Jamie's point, like, we don't really get to say, we can write up a what do we think with it, but just overall, do we think we should push for any change to the school budget? This is how we ask that?
You're correct. I would just say that the proposal that's here, whatever you do, and we were on the same page a little while ago, just for illustrative point, you're looking at deducting about 750,000 from the school budget and replacing it with revolving fund money, right? Or 700,000 of that, but just,
We're gonna go through the amount.
I know,
That was just the
I
full
know.
amount of the
that was
current
just,
account.
that was what Tom had put as a number, but I'm just,
He just said that was a total balance, and I just wrote it down. To
I
have a
know.
number.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I know. But to be clear, the net effect of that, you know, and I don't even, based on the presentation, I think, on Tuesday, you'd effectively be bringing the school budget down to a $1 million increase, right? And you're the school budget, and then this would be off-town budget. The schools then, assuming they needed the 1.75 million increase, would be paying that 750 from revolving funds. It wouldn't come into this model at all.
But it
Okay,
reduces,
just-
yeah,
But what you would then be doing is then saving 700 or 750,000 or whatever number you come up with in free cash
Right.
that you would not have to use in the
Right.
budget.
right, that's the intent.
I'm done. You guys can go at it. I
That's
just want
the
to make
intent.
sure that everyone knew like that.
Like the revolving fund isn't like an in-out.
Right,
Yeah.
it's not like the money, also for YouTube, the money is not, the revolving fund money is not coming into the town operating budget.
Correct.
They are then charging those expenses, whatever those are,
To reduce our use of free
against,
cash.
to reduce their revolving fund numbers. But that as a net effect would reduce the amount of free cash that the town would have to use.
But it reduced the use.
It would reduce the use of free cash by a fairly large, significant amount.
Right.
Whatever number we.
That is-
Whatever the net of this is, then you still come out with, but just to, I proposed 2.029. Well, now you're really only using 1.3 million in free cash, aside from whatever the delta
Right.
is on these numbers.
Sure, sure.
And that's where my head is at.
Okay.
That the reason why I say that is when I looked at their schedule that they gave us, their expenses actually went down by almost $5 million. Because we moved
Healthcare,
healthcare.
that was the big
But
one.
last year, they had a funding level of, if my mind's correct, at 3.7. All right, with healthcare in there. Assuming apples to apples, moving healthcare back into the budget as an add-on, why can't they support the same level? See what I'm saying?
That's your debate.
Yeah.
That's your.
That's where
the
my
thing.
head's at.
That's the
I
thing.
understand your point, yep. I don't know if others
Just
had
a question, do they have, I assume they, revolving accounts have the same restrictions as to spending as ours?
100%, and the restriction is the school committee
Right,
has authorization on
Right.
what expenses, how much.
so
So I would recommend, I'm just gonna recommend that you put a number out there of what you possibly might want to decrease the school budget as a whole by. I would not get into revolving fund, nope.
Well,
No jurisdiction.
yeah,
Yeah.
I get what you, that's a slightly different context than what I said a minute ago.
We could recommend
But
they
you
look
could,
at it.
you
but
could certainly,
we can't
you
tell
could
them
certainly talk about that issue, but that's your.
my
that's your
intent is
discussion.
not to cut the budget, but have them subsidize it more.
It's fair.
Which technically may not be possible.
It may not be, but
Right.
Legally.
I was
But it
gonna
may be.
reference that, at least from my watching of their budget, and clearly I don't have the numbers specifically, I tried looking for them, but the way they presented their revolving funds, their intent based upon their policy and town requirements or requests were to try and use less of their revolving funds, which is why they maintained the 2.5% increase to bring the budget forward. Now you're revising and asking them to go back. The key question then is, they may be able to do so, but because of the restrictions, and again, their revolving funds are separate from the enterprise funds, but they operate similarly. So transportation can only be transportation expenses, food, only food expenses, et cetera. Do they have enough in those individual accounts to be able to account for whatever that total is? And the only people that know that are Jana, Lucas, and the rest of the folks on the school side. So
Right.
just, it's a risk.
And, well, but my ask is the ask. You never know if you don't ask the question. And I'm throwing it to you. Can you go to the school and say, can you kick in another 700?
I think you
They may say
guys,
no.
I think
Right.
you guys, I think you have, you guys brought it up, and I think there's some room here, but I think I am not their legal counsel. I am not, and I'm just being clear, like, I don't know, the maximum flexibility of what they can charge against, where they can be creative. I'm just saying, it's not in my purview to
And
really
I
comment on
absolutely
that.
agree with that.
However, just from a process standpoint, if that's a value or a policy concept that the finance committee wants to put forth in their recommendation to what Ryan's structure is here, you can make a recommendation, but that doesn't mean that the town council is gonna take that up, and the school committee or the school department are gonna come to the council hearings, and they're gonna have a better answer at this, right, in another month and a half, right? So I think there's some open area here that I think you guys have to discuss more on what you brought up, Tom, which is, can they contribute more to their budget without using either operating tax levy or free cash to subsidize their budget? That's really your conversation tonight, and you'll have to let the school business administrator, the superintendent, the school committee, and their legal counsel referee that with the town council
Yeah.
down the line.
So, I guess the ask
Thank you
is,
for shaking your head, by the way.
That makes a ton of
Following me.
sense. Yeah, yeah.
I just wanna,
Our
The-
guardrails have to be.
a guardrail so that, like, cause I honestly can't tell you from a legal standpoint.
and I absolutely agree.
'Cause-
The ask is that you approach the schools and say how much you got there, and can you release it?
Just procedurally.
But that's not-
Jamie doesn't have to do that, because the schools will definitely watch this, they're very good at doing that.
Yeah.
They will see that we have had a discussion. They will then have their opportunity, because I don't see anyone from the schools here to speak to it, but they will have their opportunity to come back and either say, yeah, we heard the finance committee and we've made XYZ adjustments, which could be
Correct.
the revolving funds, or could be anything else they've decided to do, or they could come back and say, we vehemently object to what they've said, revolving funds aren't legally possible for XYZ reasons, and whatever else, and basically tell the town council that we're all not as informed as we needed to be, but they weren't here tonight to tell us that.
He's
Either is
spot
fine.
on, but what you guys have to talk about is your point, which is really the discussion. He's spot on. He may be some other place, it may be like, maybe they could take $100,000 when they get creative, I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's their responsibility at that time, because I just don't know the answers to that, and I don't wanna speak and say anything wrong.
And I
But
don't-
your discussion is there a value that the finance committee holds? To my earlier point, right, where you're asking 700,000 roughly, is there a discussion among you of that value that you wanna put forth and say, maybe you should take another look at your revolving and your finances to look at what you can do, and that revolves in free cash, and then eventually down the process, someone, they'll deal with that. I just don't, I think we're getting away from, like, cause Ryan's right, they're not here, and I don't wanna wait for them to jump on calls, like, I think you guys you're bringing up a point that maybe other people support, which is, can they do more with the money they have? And will that release pressure off of the town budget as a whole? That's the question.
That
and
is the
thing
question.
But that's what you seven should be discussing now, not every legality of everything.
Right, exactly.
But it's a great, like,
That
it's
is
an
the
open
question.
door to it, of you were looking at the revolving funds and things about it, and that's how we got here, and I think now the question is just how much do we want them to go back and look at their budget and try to come back lower? How they do that, we'll let them figure
But
out.
it's on the list, and a majority of you voted to talk about it.
Yeah.
To Ryan's process, so now you guys have to kind of do a straw poll among yourselves, I think, to Ryan's process. Do you wanna come up with a number to ask that question and put that in your recommendation?
I can go first on that one. I think the looking at the budget is fair. I think in discussion with Shannon and some of what she had wrote and shared, she was really trying to challenge a lot of departments to come back, 1% lower or 0.75% lower, just overall. And, I think some departments are kind of too small to really change, and schools isn't. And I hate to kind of pick on the bigger one, but I think the idea is, in bigger ones, there is likely a little bit more room to find something. I think it's fair to have pointed them towards something we hope they can use, and that's like great guidance. But I would think that it would be great if the schools could look at it and come back at about 150K less. I don't think that's a huge lift on their budget scale overall. I think, that IT or the computer tech they were talking about is something to look at. But again, leave it to them, but I think some from them would make sense to me, so.
Agree. I do.
Do you
you wanna go 150, you wanna go 100, you wanna go, Price is Right?
Ding, ding, ding.
What's their budget? Total 82?
No, this year it's 72,341,254
Yeah, okay,
without
benefits.
Half of one.
And that's 8.8 million that went to benefits,
So it's like 80.
It was a
So it's-
2.48% increase excluding benefits.
including benefits.
Do we suggest a percentage instead of an actual dollar?
You could pick a percentage and then we'll convert it to a dollar.
Just an opening shot at 1%.
Okay.
Let's see, what does that do?
What did you say the number
The,
was?
the number that's in the proposal is 72,341,254.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And even Shannon
You can't
had-
go percentage with
so-
that. I think you gotta do a dollar amount.
Well, so
Sorry.
even Shannon had written in her thing, just to that point,
That's-
she had started at 1% and then wrote in parentheses, or maybe 3.5 for, or 3/4 for schools because that's a lot.
Yeah.
So like,
And
Yeah.
what did you say, what is it?
723 is, 723, 400 is 1%.
That's a lot.
you
Yeah.
wanna do half that,
So on.
third of that?
I'd say a third.
Okay.
Get it down to something in the,
Third of that would be 238.
yeah, that's,
Much is around the 250.
Sure. Okay, Natalie? We're going reverse order. We're keeping everybody on their toes.
Yeah,
maybe it was, I opened my mouth.
Do we
I'm
We'll
going,
go back if you want.
No, that's-
I'm just challenged by this, because I do not, have not sat on a school committee meeting, so I imagine that this is scrutinized and assessed way more than I have knowledge about, so I'm gonna go 0.
Okay, totally fair. Chris?
I'm mostly just considering the additional tech, which is 50K, so I'll say that much.
I feel like I don't have enough information on how these revolving accounts work, or how the funds are replenished, or even what the balance of this thing is. Like, 'cause I'm trying to think about, like, if we use this to offset the town budget, then what happens next year if that number's higher and we have less capacity to absorb? Like, I haven't,
Yeah.
At this
I'm
point,
making great eye contact,
Yeah.
but I don't have that
like,
answer.
at this point, you're just recommending a reduction in their overall budget. Like, for you to get any
yeah,
deeper
obviously
than that,
they would go
it's
solve it
just-
however they saw fit.
yeah,
and-
it's, so the logic behind it, we have no part of. So I just think that you're
Fair.
looking at, do you,
Fair.
because we're making other departments kind of look and take a hard look at different things, do you feel that that's where you wanna go with it? That's, cause you're not gonna be able to, we have no jurisdiction over the schools.
Yep, that's totally fair. I'd be at a 0.
Tom?
I'll go with George's number.
Okay. Jen?
Oy, oy, oy.
It's okay. You can put a positive number if you want.
And 0 is legit.
Zero's legit.
Yeah.
No, I know,
You gotta-
I'm thinking, right? I'm thinking strategically.
There's no
So-
Price is Right is there.
Is what?
Just making it.
Oh.
Excuse me, Price is Right.
I struggle with this one because
Same with
of the restructuring, right? I think that at this point, they've come to the table, they've been willing participants in looking at things, in being creative, in disrupting the children of this town in many different ways. So for me, it's gonna be a 0.
With the addition of the 2 resource officers, does that, there's more support now in the school,
Yes.
right? So does that impact your thought process at all?
No, they probably just won't have a whole bottle of aspirin at night, just a half. I mean, the schools are packed. Have you been in them? You should go do a tour of the pack, because I think that the consolidation was efficient, it happened, but there's humans that were impacted by it, and I do think that the resource officers play a really vital role in our school communities, and I think it was impactful.
Do they have any FTEs in their budget?
I wanna go.
They said no,
No.
but they certainly moved some positions around, so there was some hiring and some removing.
Yeah.
If you read the comments in their
0,
budget,
yeah.
there were quite a few, like it's not gonna be a no hiring, no removal, it's going to be
Yeah.
some people are
See.
leaving and some people are getting hired, but
Okay.
the net count, I think, stayed flat.
The net is 0, if I may be so bold to speak on their behalf, but somebody may be joining, we'll see. So they, in their executive summary, clearly mentioned that they were making, based upon the restructuring, the redistricting, they've had this year, they had redistricted, took 3.1 million permanently off the budget, had another 2-something million that they were reapplying structure-wise to better align in the new structure. With the failed override, at least 1 million something of that got taken away. So based upon what was taken away that they had planned on using, they notified 3 people already, and we're making 4 other decisions to bring in 7 different people. So net was no change, but there was a difference in terms of people here and people there to better deliver and support the services of the students under this redistricting.
See, my intent was to have them provide more support on this discussion, not necessarily cut the budget.
And we're not saying that this has to be cutting people.
But
It could be the same, or they could hear you, and they could say, you know what, we could, I don't wanna speak for them, but they could say,
Yeah.
yeah, great idea, we didn't think of it, I'm not saying they didn't. They could say, we're gonna actually use more than we had planned, because we weren't planning to use those revolving funds, and we found a way to do it.
Right.
We're just saying, from what you're dependent on the town for, do we wanna reduce that amount?
Well, I'm making the assumption they have the capacity and the enterprise funds to do this.
And I would
I'm
think if
making
they
that assumption
don't,
they have the
they will
capacity.
adamantly argue that at town council.
They have a raised hand.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, I was reading something.
George, I don't know if
Just-
you wanted to call on them so that
Yeah,
he might be able to provide some clarity.
Yeah, 1 minute. Listening to the conversation, I would take my 238 to 0. Okay? I just know that the pain that was done over there, over the last, not last year, but over the last 5 or 6 years. They came in, and I don't agree it was exactly 2.5%, I think there's a little whatever with there. They came in at the what we expect everybody to do, 2.5%. And they did it. How they did it, I don't care. But I think we beat them to death for years, it's time to stop beating. If next year they go up 8% or whatever, pick a number, well, then the discussion should begin again.
Because
Right.
I'm sorry, George. Because in my mind, if I look at the facilities budget, I look at, there's a lot, and I look at the capital needs of buildings. There's capital needs of buildings for the schools too. And
That
where's
comes from
that money
facility.
come from?
Facilities.
And where's facilities money come from? The general fund. So you see what I'm saying? That the more that we can maintain or use less of free care provides us the ability to do more on the capital side. That's where my head's at.
Yeah.
It's moving money around, but it creates more, if we get 700,000, it increases our free cash balance by 700 grand. That means there's more money for capital, potentially,
And for school building.
and school buildings.
The vice chair is raised his hand, and I just wanna go back to your original comment, just to circle, and, don't take this the wrong way, George. I don't think any of you guys are beating anybody down, but I will say, you're all recommending something. That's what you do, right? So, this is a recommendation, you're not making the final budget right now, and I think Ryan brought that up a couple times, like, you're just simply recommending, look at nothing, look at something, that's
Okay.
what you brought up. Like, you're just making a recommendation, but maybe you wanna the vice chair of the school committee's on, I think Dave, just hold on, we're promoting you to a panelist.
Oh,
Nope, we're getting there. Just give it a second. Oh, does he have? Oh, there it is,
that's
yep.
why.
All you, Dave.
Yeah,
Oh, then he
He
muted.
has to-
He's got to mute, you just muted, yep.
All right, how about now?
Gotcha.
Good.
Awesome. Hey, thanks so much. And also, everybody on the committee right now, thanks for this is a Herculean effort what you guys are doing right now this whole week. I only watch the meetings on YouTube typically the next day, so I can do like ×2 speed. So everyone's like Alvin and the Chipmunks, but it makes it at least fly a lot faster.
The same thing.
And there's a lot more smarter folks than myself, like our school business administrator, Jonna, and Lucas as well, to kind of weigh in and give some answers. And I think Ryan, you mentioned that definitely at the town council meeting, you'll kind of hear a whole lot more. What I can kind of say though, at least, I know this, like some of the discussion about the revolving accounts, just to kind of shed a little bit of light. There's like a few of them, like we have like food services and lifelong learning that are entirely kind of self-funded within their own operating revolving accounts. And so while there's certainly some funds that they will have at the end of the year that they're going to be applied towards next year, I think as George, you kind of mentioned, like the legal requirements that whatever money is in, say, like food services is locked to food services. So we wouldn't be able to kind of draw down from there to go and pay for, say, like a kindergarten teacher if we're looking for where that gap might be. And then, I think Tom mentioned talking about like the capital. Something else too, when it comes to like the food services, what they end up doing is some of the money that they're able to still have, they ended up reinvesting within themselves to a lot of capital projects. Like the last 3 years, it's been over like $1 million in capital improvements that they've been able to kind of purchase just within their own self-sustaining revolving account that didn't have to kind of come from the schools and then go to FinCom and over to town council as well. So they're able to oftentimes be able to kind of manage their own funds there. There are other ones, say like transportation, that we have that revolving account. We do have some funds on there that it's kind of a delicate balance. We're trying to use a lot of revolving accounts and those funds to be able to bring the price of, say, like bus ridership down, but without completely exhausting it. Because what ends up happening, like right now, it's about like a 60-40 split in terms of how much folks pay to kind of go and ride the bus versus how much it actually kind of costs and how much the budget has to manage. Right now, I think it's like $387 to ride the bus, where the actual cost is somewhere north of about like $1,100. And what we end up having is this kind of delicate balance, because as the price increases, ridership goes down, and as ridership goes down, there's more cars on the road. I don't know if anybody who's had to drop off down at Lincoln Street, but seeing kind of some of the traffic that's already kind of happening there. And so we're trying, what we're doing right now with some of these other ones, with athletics, with transportation, some of the bigger ones, is just to be able to use a revolving account, but not drain it down entirely to the point where now in next year, we're having to either jack up the prices or substantially have it come from the operating budget. And so with I don't know if they have the numbers from last year about like the reliance on the revolving account, but effectively, especially following the failed override, there was a heavier reliance on the revolving accounts. And we kind of started to shift a little bit down this year just to kind of make it sustainable, because some of the other problems we have with revolving accounts is some of the money that's in there right now, we have to kind of front load and pay for expenses that are coming before we get some of that revenue back. And so I think, as Steve Sherlock often kind of talks about, the fiscal policy is to have 1 year's worth of money in the revolving accounts to kind of pay for those expenses. In my 5 years on the committee, we've never kind of been in compliance with that, but we're trying to kind of make the revolving accounts more sustainable, so we don't have this kind of given and back and forth where it kind of comes from the revolving and then comes from the operating, and then we don't have money to pay for enough from there. So we have to jack up prices for, say, football or a bus ridership, if that sheds any light on some of the issues.
It does. Thanks, Dave, for adding that color. I think as we've kind of now tried to corral our discussion, I think it's good color on the revolving fund. I think we're trying to then maybe disassociate a little from exactly how and look more at the school budget as a whole. I think, in that maybe we want to keep a year's worth savings account like that. That's a great goal. I think maybe that falls a little bit towards that OPEB discussion we were having of like, is this the year that you can achieve that? Maybe not. I know you're saying you already don't. But I think for our purposes, just to kind of keep our discussion moving, we gotta keep it to what are we recommending for schools? And we hope, I think to Tom's point, that they can solve that without having to cut, and reduce service. The idea would be that we would hope there could be some more creative ideas coming from the school to augment the budget in different ways, whether that be the revolving account or something else, but to keep a level service, but with some number of dollars less. I think we had pretty heavy disagreement on what that dollar amount was. At the moment, we have a couple, I don't know if you can see the screen, but we have a number of people kind of with zeros. I think the average, if you take the different, numbers people kind of threw out, the current average of those would be to reduce by about $60,000. So that's
Can-
ballpark what we would be talking about.
We have to go back to the facilities number too.
Yes,
Can we
all the
talk-
yellows we will have to
Can we
reduce
talk
it.
about the facilities number and the school number together collectively? Or is that not allowed?
We can do whatever we want. I think there are some rules, but we can do whatever.
Well, I don't know
Maybe
what that
some
means.
rules in implementing
Well, I think that I would
something,
like
but
to
not
hear
done.
where we land on the facilities and before, you know what I'm saying?
So, I mean,
Oh, I see.
I think we're in kind of just a yellow state on these three at this point, where we
Yeah.
have like pretty broad disagreement. What I did on the other two, just for the sake of, kind of not looking at something wild, was just to average them. So those are already done. I'll just do that here too. But like this would be the number if you just took the average of all of our numbers. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that's what we go with. It's just a way of kind of
Yeah,
like.
no, I understand what you're doing, I understand.
Let's, before we, Jen, can we circle back to the facilities, it's just for my own OCD, finish the last line.
Yes.
And then
Yeah.
we can total for Jamie and he can know a number.
No, no.
Get it tattooed on his arm and then we can change it. So he'll have to get that scrubbed and it'll
Oh,
be
we still
really
have to figure
expensive.
out the 450. How would it be
Four.
accounted for that? Never mind, go ahead, finish.
Okay, so the last one, Jamie's either getting a tattoo or he's getting, a
Deputy
axe
Town
out or
Administrator.
something. But as the deputy town administrator, we have this on here for discussion. I don't know if people had things they wanted to add to that or further thought on that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, go
okay.
ahead. No,
No,
you
you-
go
no,
first.
you go. You're-
No, no,
you're-
go
you're
ahead.
right there.
No, Tom, you go.
Nope.
I'm looking for my numbers.
Okay. Jamie, tell me what this position's gonna do.
Yeah.
Tell me what it's gonna mean for you. How's it gonna improve the town operation? How is it gonna improve the town's finances?
So first of all, I think John brought up a great point in some of the discussion the other night. I mean, succession planning, executive leadership, management. I think traditionally the two deputy town administrators in town history, myself and Amy, did work a lot on economic development, so I think that would be a big piece of it. I'm now staffing maybe a dozen committees. So I do obviously finance committee, some committee meetings, Carrie and Evan can take care of. But then I do community preservation committee, which I'm trying to dish the rock. I also do now 5 or 6 town council subcommittees. I do all of the town council meetings. I do all of the agendas. I do all the memos. I do all the packets. When Amy was here, I read the budget this year, and Karen, Carrie, and Evan did a great job pulling it all together. Because Evan's been here, we've been able to have a better blueprint. But I read through it this year. Last year, Amy was really reviewing almost everything financially on our behalf. I think, regardless of like whether it's in a year, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, someday I won't be here, right? Like I'm not going to be here, and for a couple reasons. One, this is a burnout job, right? But number two, and I mean this sincerely, you don't want a town administrator in a town like this here for 25 years. Like, it's just not good. You need turnover at some point. I've been here 11 years now. The sweet spot is 15, 16, 17. Jeff was here for about 18. I overlapped with him for 3.5 years. It's about splitting up the work. There's I would say dozens upon hundreds of small projects that happen, right? Writing the RFP for Davis there. People want the parking lot with the MBTA next to the Children's Museum. I could, go on and on, communications, and trying to have somebody for Liz to work with, to create bandwidth, to get materials reviewed. I'm not here all the time, I'm going away on vacation for 2.5 weeks. The chief of police is definitely gonna get me back for this. The fire chief, didn't hit me up too bad, but, they're not exactly that's not really something you wanna do. You don't want your chief of police to be taking over for 2.5 weeks while I'm gone. A lot of things oftentimes, like the procurement official, the conservation agent, the building commissioner, they need somebody that's linked with the politics when I'm away, or if I'm at a conference, or if I'm out sick, or I will say later on this year, I've said it before publicly, like I have to have a surgery that I'll probably be out for 2 or 3 weeks, like that I legitimately have to go away when I'm on vacation in a few weeks. I know I'll check my email, I know I'll get a phone call, it's not a vacation, it's not a like go away and like recharge the body. I've never really had a vacation in 11 years where I've just gone away. Maybe one was like right before I took over as town administrator. I know part of that's being the CEO, but that's part of the burnout problem of these jobs. When you don't have someone else there to answer the questions. If there's an emergency while I'm gone, you need somebody who can communicate at a microphone to make sure if there's a catastrophe, somebody can get up in front of Channel 5, Channel 7, Fox, Boston 25. You have to have somebody that has good political skills, and I mean incredibly good political skills. You need somebody that has all the knowledge in their head that's not just me, right? This isn't a threat, no ultimatums, no gun to anybody's head, but, if I left, John brought it up, if I walked out the door in 30 days because I had a family illness, it's really bad, and Karen already alluded to it. It was a bad move for this town for years to not have a deputy director of facilities under somebody that was here for 30 years. It was an abysmal idea, but because we were the community that just couldn't invest in leadership positions, that has made Kevin's been amazing, but you're seeing some of the things in the improvement that still need to happen in the budget. There's just a lot of different aspects. I will tell you, Jeff Nutting wrote me a personal letter when he retired, and he said basically the worst decision he ever made in his 15 years here was never getting an assistant town manager. There's a peer part of it, when you're me, I'm not looking for empathy, like you're alone on an island. And for any of you who have run companies or know CEOs, you're the human piñata for everybody bash you for the fault of everything. It's not true, but that's just what happens. And you just don't really want to be in a position where something happens and you have nothing there. Amy also was a 20-year plus veteran of local and state government. Her political skills were as good as anybody in our business. Managing 9 town councilors is a task. Most boards of select boards are 3 people or 5 people. Managing the political science of that, managing their expectations, managing the minutia, managing the whining, the complaining, the individual things that they ask for. They all come to me to say, why don't you support my issue? And I try to push back and get them to work together, and I joke all the time. It's like managing the solar system. There are 9 planets with 9 separate priorities, with 9 separate issues, and my job is to try to keep them in the galaxy as one. It sounds easy, but it's actually a lot harder than you think. There's phone calls, there's text messages, 10:30 at night on a Friday. Saturday, you get an email. I get 5 emails from them because some guy didn't get a response on Thursday. It's 24/7, 365 job. They all send me a very nice note on Christmas saying Merry Christmas. And it's like, could I get one day off? I mean, I appreciate the heart. I thank you for wishing me a happy Thanksgiving, but I just would rather have my turkey with my family.
No, guys, don't send them the Merry
Right.
Christmas.
So, right.
No more.
I know they wish me a Merry Christmas. It's all I'm portraying this as, at the end of the day, from a technical perspective, a lot of this is economic development related. I mean, that's going to be a piece of it. A lot of it is going to be about relieving and making sure that I'm not working 7 or 8 hours a week. A lot of it, I think, in the position like this, and I just want to be clear, if you put the job posting out, you don't know what candidate you're really going to get, right? So I've got to be able to adapt, and my job is to get the best player on the board. If somebody walks in and applies for the job and they've got a big finance background, I'm focusing more of my time on economic development and land use. If somebody comes in like Amy that had an exceptional background on social services, on economic development, a very big background on that, well, I'm going to go over and work with these guys more on community preservation, and I'm going to go over and work on financial management a little bit more in strategic planning, right? I'm not saying that I can do it all, although I generally can do just about any topic because I have a background in most of this stuff. But I want to try to get the best player on the board to be able to manage the political science the best, and whatever comes in, you know, I can be flexible with where I go and where I move, but if I'm looking at it, I would probably say economic development, communications, probably work on arts and culture, probably work, like Sarah said earlier, on a lot of the social service coordination that was done. Amy did all of the work to get the social service coordination collaborated. She did all the work on the opioid settlement funds. She did a lot of work that maybe isn't going to be something that we're going to do looking forward. But, you know, I can be pretty adaptable. My background is generally in land use, so that's where my, you know, original expertise is. But even that, managing, you know, issues like constituent complaints with Stobarts, or constituent complaints on road conditions, or constituent complaints on this. I need somebody else to go to neighborhood meetings. I need somebody else to also go to, I'm on the board of directors of the MEC. I'm on the board of directors of the YMCA. I'm on the executive committee with the MBTA. I'm on the 495 partnership. I have a seat on the GATRA board. I mean, I could go down another dozen committees. Health insurance, although that will go away. I'm on like 15 different boards, and that's not including my role with MMA, which is optional. But because of the situation we're in, building relationships with the governor, lieutenant governor, and legislative officials to make sure we're in place, and we talked about it today with Franklin Ridge, you need to make sure you're in line with Beacon Hill, and you need to have relationships there because you need to be able to draw the money into this town on grants. They need to know who you are. And as one person, it's just way too much. And even our admin today said to me in the office, she just looked at me when I walked in and she goes, so let me understand this. She goes, how do you do all this? You know, and I was like, you know, thank you for the compliment. Like, I can somehow triage it, but I'll tell you how I do it. I've been doing this for 25, 28 years, but more importantly, I've been here for 11. I was under Jeff for 3. We've generally had the same exact department heads. Almost not one department head has left, other than retirement, since I've been here. This staff has a camaraderie and an institutional knowledge that someday is going to be very hard to replace. The town attorney alone is irreplaceable. That is going to double our budget someday. And I can just tell you from him, just like Gus, just like Brutus, just like myself, Chief Lynch, you want to make sure there's a succession plan in place. You want somebody next to me for at least 2 to 3 years to make sure that they know all of the responsibilities and all those pieces. And that's a big deficiency in the executive leadership of our town right now. So I hope that kind of gives you like some 5 minute, 6 minute, 7 minute, 10 minute spiel, but like I'm trying to give you some idea of what.
Well, I've been in your position before.
I know, yeah.
So I understand it, but with the focus, what I'm hearing, the focus of this position is to create time to help economic development. To sell the town.
That's one strategic area, sure.
Okay.
But if I get somebody that applies for the position that has been, you know, in finance for a long time, and I don't get a candidate that has a great economic development background like Amy did or like I did, right? Like, I've got to be able to move a little bit
Oh,
and
no, I
shift
fully understand
around.
that.
So then
Yeah.
my job would become more economic development maybe.
Right.
Right, so I don't want the narrative to be in the community, he's got to hire an economic development
No,
person.
that's all.
I'm
You're creating the opportunity
correct,
for certain things to get done that aren't really
correct,
a big focus at the moment.
correct.
And maybe something, I guess, for us to consider in addition, and Jamie, you do a great job. I think there's a lot of department heads at this point that are kind of single-threaded. And we've been looking at this saying like, well, where do we need it most? But we have effectively a brand new town council that needs more time. Most of us are newer to this, new in the last couple years, right, that needs more time. And those are just like effectively small compared to the override we've been talking about a whole bunch. Like, if we actually want to do that, making sure we have people to answer the questions that come with that again, right? And to do all of the sessions, like the listening sessions series we did, like that takes people in all of the departments really, but like coordinated through the administrative office that like succession is great, but we have a problem even before that. Like, we have something we need to do in the next 2-3 years that's a huge undertaking. So I like to think of this role as something we've kind of joked about as like a pincushion for a while, but really more of a revenue generation opportunity of like that override. As much as people, you know, maybe don't want to do the override, but it is one of the avenues to consider for more revenue. And maybe we don't need that. Maybe we need to build, you know, maybe we need to sell Davis Thayer and build something big there, and that helps us. But all of that is going through that same,
Correct.
like, bandwidth problem, if that makes sense.
And just to piggyback, Ryan nailed it. one other thing to his point is, you have all these new members on all these boards, and I appreciate this board very much for the incredible amount of time and thought that's been put in this. This is more time in a FinCom hearing than we've had probably in the last 2 years combined. That's a great thing. The engagement is there, but I feel sad for my new bosses that have subcommittees they want. And I had to send them an email today. They're all in a rush to get these things going. Now, I tried to oppose the subcommittees earlier during the goal session. Well, I said, I don't have the bandwidth to do this. Well, they're clearly frustrated that we can't set up these meetings. 4 meetings this week, 3 meetings next week, Safe Coalition Gala next Friday. I'm off for 2.5 weeks. The week I get back are 3 meetings. The week after that are 3 meetings plus Memorial Day. And as you go forward, to Ryan's point about bandwidth, for the elected officials, it's hard to look at them and say, like, I don't have a night to meet. Like, they're just not happening. There's a charter review committee. I absolutely have to be a part of that. I don't want to be going to the communications subcommittee meetings or even the EDC meetings, but Liz is brand new. She's been here 7 weeks. I have to go to several of those first to make sure we're on the right path. And to Ryan's point, he hit a really big point. The last 6 months, I'm spending an order of my time. This is not a criticism, by the way. This is just a fact of life. I'm educating a whole bunch of new people on protocols, process, Robert's Rules of Order, liquor licenses. There is 90% of what we do, very few of them had any experience in any of this. Every liquor license is a new explanation to the community of how liquor license law works. PEG funding for cable TV. Well, what's this? Okay, that's another 10 minutes, it's just more education of officials that it just, to Ryan's point, and he nailed it, like, it just takes a lot of hours, it's a lot of late night emails, it's a lot of correspondence, and Julie can certainly do a lot of that. She does an unbelievable job in our office, but it's just like starting over again with a lot of new people. It's an exciting time, it's a great time, but it's starting over basically almost from scratch with the entire organization.
So if I was to categorize it, getting back
I agree.
strategic, but I'm also, we talked about earlier today, getting some position for strategic growth, revenue enhancements. So I'm also hearing that you're trying to build a foundation here to bring things back to normal,
Yep.
to start moving forward again.
Correct.
Am I interpreting that correctly?
100% correct.
So this is a position that we need to get now that's gonna help us in the future.
Yep.
All right?
I'll go last.
Chris? Couple thoughts. So, the town administrator's department had this position, and the person in it left, and then you hired a communications director with that available salary. And now your department is requesting a 35% increase in salaries, which is the largest across all departments. I don't know, I think that when we're kind of grilling the schools over like 50K, that it's maybe not the best look for the town to be hiring a deputy. Like, I see the need for it, but personally, I'm not, in support of it. That's all I got.
You're good?
No, I'm gonna go last, go ahead.
I think you might.
That's it, I think, on this topic.
Oh,
I'll take it. There you go. Yeah, I think a lot of people in town probably have a similar take at that too. Just looking at the number, there's probably a bit of sticker shock. I said this before the other night. All of the comments about workload and getting stuff done and making sure that we're thinking strategically and having just capacity in your office to do things, I think are incredibly valid. I'll take this purely from a risk management standpoint, that there is a massive continuity problem here, where it's like you are the key man in the administration, and if we don't have a clear number 2 that knows what they're doing, if you don't walk through the door tomorrow for whatever reason, we have a very massive problem. Because as much as Chief Lynch can pitch in for a couple weeks, and I'm sure he could learn it in a year how to do this job, you're still behind a year, 18 months, whatever that takes, and at the detriment of his day job. I think this is extraordinarily important to have a clear number 2 person kind of established and up and running.
I just look at the other departments. We've had new fire chief, smooth transition. Since I've been around, I can think of 5 police chiefs. Every one of them a smooth transition. There was we haven't done a police or fire chief, well, you did for McLaughlin, but haven't done for a police chief in 30 years. Brutus has his people. We'll have a smooth transition. Of all the places in town that we need an absolutely smooth transition, it's here. Do I get frustrated? He talks too much. Let's face it, right? Or too long.
You know why I talk too much? There's no one else to talk.
Nobody else.
Laura, good point.
Not here.
Touche.
You don't have that
Get him a
problem.
friend.
I don't have that problem. That problem doesn't exist here.
I don't know, I'm on Wednesday nights, but it's a nice, sorry to interrupt, but in all seriousness, that's the danger of having the knowledge all in one person's head.
Exactly.
And there's nobody that hates to hear myself talk more than me. I've said that publicly every single year. Shut up, Jamie, stop talking. Well, then why don't you learn the material and then talk, right? And many of you
Not you.
are actually,
You.
no, but many of you are actually talking
It's not putting.
because you're reading and learning the material,
You might be.
right?
It's like
So, you, at the end of the day, part of the problem you're seeing is, yeah, the reason why I talk partially a lot, not all the reason, not all the reason. I got chatty Cathy syndrome with my mother, but a big part of it is,
Facts.
but a big part of it is, when you're the one that has the knowledge, yeah, you end up having to talk because no one else knows how to get a liquor license done and knows the laws on this stuff. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I have to interject in a lot of these meetings, is because, I have a lot of knowledge and a lot of skill in this stuff, and without somebody else, that's why Amy was staffing the EDC meetings eventually. I think she was trying to build the case for a communications person to help her, at some point, right? Because there was clearly a deficiency in our citizen satisfaction survey, so. I don't think it's an either or either. I don't think the communications person is, well, let's lay them off because now we have a deputy. That was a clear mandate from people in our survey that said the town is doing a terrible job doing that. And little did most people know that we had 2 communications people that we had to lay off in the last, 6 years, right? Anne Marie and both Lily. I mean, that was a big deficiency in our area, and it's a specialized skill.
So,
Oh, sorry.
no, please, Tom.
go ahead.
No, please,
No,
Tom.
I'm done.
So that was actually gonna be my point.
No fighting.
So, no, so that was gonna actually, so my vote doesn't count, cause obviously we've, I'm undernumbered. But I do wanna talk a little bit about what my thought was, because I don't know the intricate details of why the communication manager was filled first. It wouldn't have been my recommendation. It would have been my recommendation to fill the deputy administrator first. So with that being said, my recommendation was going to be to split it and fund the $100,000 difference so that you could move forward with that position. But then, like you talked about, the duties of the communication manager would have to be in one of these other positions that we saved.
I mean, I'll be, because I can't speak about it much, but
Yeah, no, I know.
I think to your point, if we're gonna be straight up, I mean, the town of Needham has 2 assistant town managers.
Mhm.
The town of Natick has 2 assistant town managers. They get paid $184,000 and $199,000, right? The town of Norwood has 1 assistant town manager, $200,000. The town of Dedham, $182,000. When you're looking at comparable communities of our size, one of the issues with Franklin that people take for granted a little bit is it's a very big city, and there are hundreds, if not thousands, of facets to this job. With all due respect to Millis and Norfolk and Sharon and some of these, the bandwidth of knowledge that you need to run that community is just less. It just is. And in a community like this, the bandwidth of the knowledge that you need to do the job is just a lot higher, right? But I think the truth is that this position got politicized. This position was ripped to shreds on Facebook just because of the salary. I never heard a single person in this community ever say that I do a bad job. They say I talk too much, but they never say I do a bad job.
But I guess,
Even my worst, hold on, even my worst enemy says I'm a great town manager, I do a great job. No one ever said Amy's work was terrible. They always complimented the work. The piece that was the political piñata was just the salary and kind of too many leaders and not enough worker bees. But that's a failure of the system to not recognize many of the comments I think that you guys pointed out that said, you know, about executive leadership and about succession planning, these other things that a community does need in a business of $160 million a year with an unfathomable amount of knowledge that's required to run the organization, from land use and zoning to, you know, poll hearings, state laws, federal state law, local partnerships. So I think when I look at the metrics of the other positions, Westwood 180, we can't compare to Rentham at 150. It's just not the same position, right? It's just not. So I think really what it came down to, and I think to your point, it almost was a faux pas to not just stand up last session when Amy left and say, we're filling the job. But truth be told, and I know it's probably not going to play well for me by saying this, but I think they all know it, everyone just buckled before the election. And that's what it was.
I know, it's all.
And I posted the job, went away on vacation, and then came back and was like, we're not going to do this. So I took the job posting down the day I left on vacation. There were people that applied, but then we took it down, and then I come back, I'm like, I can't hire this. It's not a fair process. So there was just a lot of cold feet, maybe is the polite way to say, of like, well, we just can't stand up as leaders in this community and say, we need this. No one says we don't need an assistant superintendent. Or two.
But I think
They
Maybe they
move
do.
titles around, they do, they know it. It's not an insult or a critique, I'm
might.
just saying they do. But no one says we don't need an assistant superintendent at $182,000, and I know that they need an assistant superintendent, because could you imagine Lucas without Tina? It's just or Paula, right? It's just I think Lucas would be in here saying the same exact things that I'm saying. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, I'm not questioning, again, my
Yeah,
vote
no, I know
doesn't
you're
count.
not.
I'm not questioning it. I'm probably more questioning the process in which it was not restored. Because I think that that's probably the bigger
I agree.
concern for me. Because I do think that throughout the course of the 4 days that we've been here, I think that we've heard from a lot of different positions in the town that they do absorb some of that marketing and they do absorb some of that. So for me, that would have been an easier fill, right, with our staff than the deputy town administrator. So that is my only point, because I think it was a misstep that that position wasn't filled at the time it was vacant, so.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jen, and I agree too. It should
And I
have been-
wasn't on the council.
It should have been filled when it was vacant. I agree.
Just for the sake of continuing our
People wait
process
about
today, Jen, would you like to be a -90 or a 0? It doesn't,
No, 0.
okay. Tom?
Just for your check boxes.
Yeah, no cut.
Zero.
WTA,
Um,
zero.
And then John, I had you at 0. Chris, I had you at removing the position. Natalie,
0.
0. George?
0.
0, 0. Okay, so that one then becomes a 0. Now, for the 3 yellows, I've averaged them, but let's just get rid of our nays and, nope, don't do that.
All that work gone?
What do we do? I don't know. Oh, this just becomes. Select everything with a value. Don't select, I'll leave that for now. Why?
I just filter by yellow color.
You don't need to filter, we can find the yellows. We're adults,
I don't know why it was doing that.
right?
I can't see.
The yellows? Just make them the screen big, that's fine.
I don't know what happened. Hang on, we're just gonna
It's
go
almost
back.
10 o'clock.
We're not gonna do that.
Poor Carrie.
I don't know why it's.
I'm good.
So I can total it out. So, just for clarity's sake, for yellow at the moment, I have just averaged what we had, so we can look at some totals just to get a sense. The orange, pink, whatever numbers don't play into the total because those don't come into the operating budget, they just go into the free cash account, the way
Yeah.
this is set up. So the total to the operating budget change that we would be talking about would be a reduction of $192,900. So
With
that,
3 yellows to be determined.
It's a net change.
just as they are estimated now.
Yep.
So
Net
that-
change technically. net
What would
change.
happen there is we would basically be saying, instead of putting 2 million of free cash, little more than 2 million,
Yep.
of free cash in, we would be putting 1.8 million of free cash in instead.
Yes, I'm thinking about the OPEB that we're,
So that,
Yes,
the free
I'm with you.
cash, the free cash will increase not just by 200K, the free cash will increase by 200K plus these two items, which total 600K. So the free cash would actually go to a total of 800K
yeah,
left, like
Gotcha.
after the process. And the budget, the operating budget would reduce by 200K, roughly. Now, we can revisit the yellow items, and I think Jen, you wanted to kind of talk facilities and schools together, but we can revisit the yellow items for the amount, but that was just to get us a sense of kind of where we're at.
yep.
What was the additional position for the schools? 50, 55?
50.
50, okay.
50. Yeah.
And it was tech support?
It was a tech, I forget the exact, computer tech, I think is what it was labeled.
I'm wondering how people feel about the averages, because looking at them, I'm like, okay, it's palatable. Do you know what I mean? Like from I was at 0, like half of us are at, well, there's 7 of us, but like, I mean, you look at facilities alone, it's like, oh, okay, like most are really high and some are 0, so like 70 is a palatable amount. So I'm just curious how people I'm just curious if people are aligned with that. Like if we just used these 3 numbers, which are an average, is anyone terribly opposed to that?
Or do you throw out the highs and the lows and use that average?
I don't know that we have enough numbers to throw out
No.
highs and lows.
It's not gonna be.
Yeah, just looking at the school one in particular, right, there's, if you throw out the high and the low, then the average is gonna drop significantly, but we could do that. We could also go, like the school one is 62 now, we could effectively say, we don't know enough about the revolving account to really guide, we don't really wanna mess with it, we could just say 50K, and then we know that that's a position that they could do, but they could do something else too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other way you could look at schools though is you have basically 4 no votes and 3 votes of some amount.
Good.
So there's a,
Like maybe
we
it just
we
becomes a
probably need to
zero.
discuss like what we actually want these to be rather than an
Sure.
average through them.
So do we wanna go one by one on the yellows? Maybe we just.
I think the tricky part, that's what I was going with, like, I'm like, I want it to be 0, but can I live
Yeah.
with asking for 60?
Yep,
That's
that's-
kind of where I was
that's
like,
it.
these are, when I look at the averages, they're palatable to me. They're not, they're none of them match mine, but they're all like, I could live with that.
I could live with 75.
Go away.
On-
Just because the numbers are high,
But-
but.
You know, I'll make us, the best part of this whole process
Yeah.
has been that we did it.
Absolutely.
We have never, so I've been on a long time, and we've never done this detail. And some of it was pure unadulterated trust in what you did, to give you the, you know what I mean? I love Jeff, but I used to re-add his worksheets, because they didn't always add up,
Yeah.
every time I got them, so it was that.
Jamie did that too, from the.
But that's,
We've come a long way.
you know, and his worksheets,
Yeah.
his
Outstanding.
quarterly stuff and monthly stuff has
Outstanding.
been an enlightenment,
Outstanding.
right?
Yeah.
So we made those changes, but the process we went through this year, we're at something like 40, we gotta be at 25 hours of this?
Clocking in at about, probably about
I think
16
it's
to
5 and a half,
16
4,
to 18
4,
hours of
whatever.
debate.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot.
We did last year's budget on Monday night, period.
We did
Period.
all one.
And, you know, it's just, that's the way it fell. But here, now we have inquisitive minds. They're all over the place now. And, you know, I had to make the point that this was good.
Very good.
No matter what the result.
no matter what the result. Nobody can say, we didn't question every GD thing in the budget.
So do we wanna, let's just start at facilities.
I'm sorry.
I wanna get us, Jen is playing you and starting to give the like, we gotta move along. Her drink's been empty a long time.
Yeah, I keep shaking this, I'm not sure.
So.
Typically, someone brings me a new one, but not here
So
apparently.
facilities, I guess,
Next time.
Yeah.
on just facilities. Anybody strongly opposed to the average and kind of
So,
wanna go
can
a
I
different
just
way?
talk to this a little? This
Yeah.
is my passion here. I have a few passions. So, I think the budget went up 300,000. That was probably the biggest expense budget that went up, right? Because, again, we're not gonna talk about salaries, because they are what they are. So, I have a hard time with the 300,000. I feel like I'm okay with an increase, but we talk about that 2.5%, that 3%. I feel comfortable at that. So I don't love the average here because I feel like it's 300,000. So there's a little bit more give in that line than there is in some of these other lines. So that's just how I feel about that. And if you're concerned about your water bills not being paid or anything like that, I know that was some of the expenses. Free cash is available. So if there's something that they need that they don't have money for in the budget, they can absolutely dip into free cash. But to budget it at this point, when we have some other things, especially like we want to put some of the police into the budget, I think that there needs to be some give and take. So for me, the 300,000 is what was an increase overall. I would feel most comfortable with splitting that at 150.
I'm happy to help the average by zeroing mine, getting you to 75.
Closer. Anyone else?
I guess
Going
my position would be the opposite of that. Trust the budget, the process of the budget that was put forward. Again, just realizing inflation, the line items, I agree, probably each individually. It's kind of a question as we transition to the new department head. But it's a question of purchasing power for me, and I think you're gonna have an issue maintaining certain things that.
And just maybe to point out like a way this could go down that's different than the average. Just looking at it, Jen, you'd get outvoted. So it would go to 0. So it becomes a question of like, do we want to compromise together and say that we go with something like the average, or do we want to put it to a line item vote, in which case the number would become 0? But because just, I mean, we
Yeah, no, that's fine.
yeah. So,
I'm fine with
and
that.
I'm
I
not
just
pointing that
wanted
at
to-
you, I'm just saying
yeah.
in general, like, I think we have an opportunity for potential compromise of, like, John, you feel 0 fairly strongly, Jen, you feel a bigger number fairly strongly, but the midpoint is effectively what the average gets us towards, which I think puts forward the statement that we don't all necessarily agree on it,
Yep,
but we wanted to come with something
middle.
that projected all of our collective
That's fine.
opinion.
And through, on the back end of this, when I look at the chart, I think, are you all comfortable with the end result that essentially you're saving, or you're sending a message to the council that you reviewed the budget, and you think that using 1.8 million and change in free cash is a good policy, but as a result, you also, through a democratic system, you also believe that saving a couple $100,000 in free cash, given the priorities, is a good idea and worth your recommendation, because at the end of the day, that's really what this says.
Yeah.
You could have done a little more free cash savings, but you guys also looked through it thoroughly and said, well, wait a minute, we heard a big concern around Gus, right? The assessor's office, like I think, right? So you're really kind of netting out another roughly 200, depending on how the other conversations go, another 250,000 in free cash savings, which I think all of you kind of came in the other night when you did the poll on Tuesday. That was kind of a consensus goal. And someone somehow has to kind of, you all were pretty much across the board saying you wanted to reduce the use of free cash by some amount.
Thanks for reminding me, Jamie. I had hidden our goals from us.
And I think
Now
you're
maybe it's
achieving
the
that even if,
time to
even
bring it
going
back.
line item by line item for 18 hours. And Jen, what I love about this is
You kind of want to go a little further. Tom doesn't really want to go further. Other people don't really. Natalie doesn't want to go further with that. After you reviewed every single position and every line item, and while everybody didn't get everything that they want, everybody kind of came to a centrist middle that said everybody kind of wins. May not be as much winning as you want, or more losing than somebody else, but you still came out to a number that's like, hey, you're still keeping the free cash supply there to do other projects that you guys have identified, Chromebooks or facility projects or infrastructure or whatever.
I think there's three messages I get from it. One is that we all believe, at least from my perspective, that we need the current level of services in town. We added some, brought back some, but everyone is comfortable with the level of services. That's what I kind of feel. I also kind of heard, and I agree with, is that we are planting seeds for the future. Okay? As we all know, you can't cut your way out of stuff. You have to learn how to grow also. You know, the idea that you talked about, when I looked at the assistant administrator, I look at him also as a marketing person. And you always need marketing, and him. So I look at that. I also think we have to recognize, and I hop on this, we need to make sure that we're collecting all the revenue that we can. We used to always say, I would hate to cut a position if I'm not doing something right and collecting the revenue. I think we may want to, as a group, or maybe just a subgroup or whatever, make sure that we're all comfortable with that.
Okay.
Excellent.
Are we done?
You have one actually issue that you have not resolved, which is the fee for the Beaver Street recycling center.
So, yeah.
I
so
know
I'm-
it's not on your
I'm
chart
writing
as a
it right now.
revenue.
I'm writing it right now. So.
But I just wanted to get a formal recommendation from y'all on like the dollar that you want to ask the council to consider, right? It's currently $35 for a year. So I think,
50.
50, yeah, I thought it was 50.
50.
It's like,
Yeah.
it's $35 a year.
it's absurdly cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
It's
is.
absurdly
That's why I'm
cheap.
like, I just like just thought
Yeah.
we'd
It
be
is
50.
absurdly.
I'm like
it
there
is
every week.
It's like egregiously cheap.
Councilor Malloy even said at one meeting it was the greatest bargain in town,
Yeah.
which he's right. So I think you have to balance maybe that, but that's a very low price.
I would
For
also
all
say,
you can-
yeah. I was gonna say that you
Oh.
also what you can recycle there.
Yeah.
Like I've talked about it, and I was like, the recycling center is the best place in the world. And then my sister went to hers, and she's like, oh, she's like, I can't do any of that at mine.
Yeah.
So it is, I think 50 is a steal.
50 is a steal.
50 and add more money to the mattresses.
Do that.
What do you think for mattresses?
What are they right now?
Can't think of.
Norfolk's 85.
What are they now?
Yeah, the mattress is like a real steal.
Yeah.
Usually a private mattress haul is probably $120.
I have it in front of me.
But is it 60 size?
I thought it was, we increased it, remember?
What do we say for fees? 50?
50.
That one, right?
Next
About
time.
65.
Yeah, it's 65, according to the fee schedule.
I'd go to 100.
Norfolk and Walpole are both 85.
Yeah. Maybe we just match that?
Yeah.
Town, yeah.
What are they?
Oh, no, they're gonna
They're
go up.
85.
They're going up probably.
Great, let's be cheaper than that. But we're
Why?
still going up $20.
So why don't we go up to 95?
I mean, so on a revenue,
Big jump.
how many mattresses do you think we're getting?
Yeah,
But I mean, half the people in town have the recycling.
So that's their
center.
sticker price.
No, the
That's their-
sticker price is, oh, you're saying
That's
85 is their sticker?
Yeah.
God, I thought you were saying that was the
It's
mattress.
$85?
Yeah,
Ours
85 starts
was
to get me to
35?
not do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
85
Ours still
scares you
is
away from using it.
35.
Starts- You throw it in your
Yeah.
woods.
Yeah.
Ryan's
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying,
If
like,
you hit triple digits, Ryan's totally right. And Bruce would say that if he's here. You all of a sudden start working against you and people do weird stuff.
I don't even.
no,
really-
I'm just
I
saying,
don't
like,
love
if
50.
55 is
I was
not
gonna
that
say
big
plus
of a deal,
$5.
because
No,
But like,
50.
50's
I'm okay with 50.
50 for recycling. I like 50
Yeah.
for recycling, 85 mattress. That's-
85 mattress, yeah. I don't know
It's
if I
cheap,
spelled
you're gonna-
mattress right,
You're
but
gonna end up with a pile of leaves everywhere. Or they'll all piled up in front of the gate when they come in on Monday, Tuesday morning.
we'll use our enterprise.
Do,
I just throw mine in the woods.
Do we need to round these averages? Are we communicating like false precision with some of this?
Yeah, we can.
I think that's smart.
It makes it seem like we had something very specific in mind if we say $40,714.
So I think on that front, I would recommend putting this one, if we wanted to do something like this, to just 75, 40, and 60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
Round up.
Tom, I'm moving you over to the aggressive side. I like it.
What do you do over there, John?
Okay, and then I'm not trying to close that door quicker than anybody wants. Are we good on those numbers, or does anyone want to go back to
I
any?
love them. Great.
I just popped into my head. I saw a number of departments that had cell phones.
What about it?
Everyone has a cell phone.
We get them free,
You get them free?
Yep.
Then
We
why
get-
was there charging some?
because that's for the monthly bill.
Why?
Public
I'm gonna
records.
tell you right now too, to be totally honest with you, in the telephone account and other things, long term, I wanted to do this 8 years ago. I didn't even wanna do landlines. It's just, it's a work productivity thing, it's a flexibility thing, it's a knowledge thing. The desk phones, except for maybe a small group of people, are a total waste of money. The cell phones are totally the way to go. And as you move on in generations, nobody, even if you're an admin downstairs, like you're gonna, all your e-permitting is on your phone, like everything is on the phone.
Well,
And we get these for free, like,
I'm sure George and I can debate that.
well, you.
What are we?
Next week at therapy group.
The senior center.
I still have a landline.
I
You get a
had-
voicemail too?
Just an aside, I had a landline, converted the number to a cell phone, and put an iPhone on the end of it, and my robocalls have gone away.
Yep.
Because an iPhone does it better. And it was Verizon one, Friday, they'll be in, or not.
Well, sometimes I get on the phone with someone that's that.
I'm good at that.
Yes.
You won't do
It's actually a physical desk phone. It's not on a computer.
Huh?
They can
It's a desk phone.
So I can fix
I
the
kn-
format.
I
a
know.
little
leasing
bit.
those.
Can people just read this? I'm trying to like
No.
just put a contextual statement to go with it.
That's fine.
We did, just to remind people, and whoever, maybe I won't go too bad. Somebody should go to town council to bring this.
I
I'll
thought
go
it was
with you.
It's joint.
No, I went last time. I did the
Well,
fire truck thing.
joint
We said it was
budget
rotating.
Joint budget subcommittee.
I'm safe on this one. No, I'm the only one that's done it.
You did.
Somebody else. Actually, George was with me.
I don't remember rotating.
I was there.
We did it.
You were there, but you didn't get out.
No, I didn't.
When is it?
To go to town council.
When is it?
When is it? I don't know.
Well,
When is this?
Well, I
going?
think, first of all, I think the first step is joint budget subcommittee, next Thursday. If we could get it drafted into a place that maybe a couple people you could identify on Google Docs so that we can just share a cover letter or something.
Can we make a motion? We have to approve it first.
How does this
Yeah.
like sentiment at least?
Looks great. So
Yeah.
make a motion.
85 is the match.
I don't know how to make that motion.
I make a motion to, and then read it. Read your adjustments.
To accept all adjustments as
Right.
Presented.
As
As
presented,
proposed.
how's that?
Okay.
Sure.
It's done, that's the motion.
Second?
Seconded.
Okay. Favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Nobody.
That's good. That is good.
Very good.
Yeah.
Motion to
That is good.
Motion to
Not
adjourn?
yet.
Oh.
Seconded.
I oppose.
technically, you did have a remote person on, but you don't now, so.
No,
you don't
she's
need a
gone,
roll call.
I checked that first.
It was
Thank
not
you,
her. I
Oh, wasn't
confirmed,
her?
that was a duplicitous Shannon. It was not the Shannon. The no last name Shannon should declare her last name next time.
Does that make you feel better, Jamie?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's a
Does
different
that make you feel
Shannon.
better?
It does make you feel a
Yeah.
lot better. Yeah, it makes you feel a ton better.
Me too, I'm a rule follower, so I get that.
Yeah, that makes you
Yeah.
like so much better.
Yeah.
That's
Alright.
crazy.
For the record, it was not real Shannon.
It was not real
It was
Shannon.
not FinCom
FinCom
Shannon. It was a
Shannon.
real
It
Shannon.
was another
I
Shannon.
assume.
Well, we assume
Motion
it's
to
Rich.
adjourn from somebody.
Yes.
No, I
Oh, you got something?
got something. Getting back to Ryan's point. So we went through this exercise. We went through a nice exercise over the past week, by the way. I enjoyed it. I hope you all enjoyed it also. I accomplished a lot. But are we gonna go to the, town council and present this, or are we going to the town council with a message?
Okay, that's a good question. So there's two,
Okay.
there's two different, there's two things here. Number one, formally, what Evan will do, and it will be in a few weeks, like, but in the budget book, there's a column for finance committee recommendations. So these adjustments in here, outside of the free cash allocations, will be reflected on your recommendation from a money perspective. And it'll show like a $200,000 whatever savings on the free cash. And so you'll be putting in like 1.8 something in free cash. The second piece is the letter that synthesizes this into like English, right? Where you don't have to look through the whole book to figure out the 8 line items that you triaged here. And I think it'll speak to Ryan's writer message there, in addition to a few of the other comments that I've jotted down in Carrie and Evan, that like you clearly now like the service that is in this budget, right? You're planting seeds toward some revenue growth and marketing and some other bandwidth. And what we'll try to get Evan and Carrie is to work on just a short cover letter with a couple of designees. And then that I think you should try to bring to either the joint budget subcommittee this week. And Ryan, Shannon, FinCom Shannon, George, and Tom, you can, if it comes up, I think you can just say, here's what, after our 18 hours of debate, here's our final results, which will include also the sticker increase, the mattress increase, and the free cash allocation in here as well. And I think that seems reasonable. And then that's your formal recommendation to the council. And so that's that piece. After we get healthcare numbers, right? I already acknowledged the MEC numbers going up a little bit, the animal control, the healthcare may come down a little bit. Once I get actuals from Tri-County on the debt exclusion.
I got it.
Okay, we got it. But we're gonna plug all those numbers in, and what I will likely do is plug in your recommendation in an aggregate and respect your decisions, aggregate that all together, and that will be a revised TA recommendation to the council. If I can get it for their budget hearings on the 20th and 21st, I'll do so, but I can't commit to that because I just don't know if we're gonna have time to put all the numbers together once the GIC comes back. So what I will try to do is bring that back to the May 27th Finance Committee meeting. Y'all can talk about it if you want or not. You can review the numbers one more time, and then eventually that goes to a vote of the council on June 10th. The council will hold their budget hearings on the 20th and 21st. My guess is they'll go through probably a similar exercise that you guys are going through, although they have to, by law, take public comment. So I'm guessing that night, people are gonna come and speak into the mic with their comment. That's really what those two meetings are for, to get public comment.
Where I'm heading.
Did that all make sense, Tom? Just validate that
Yeah,
all.
well, you talked about a process.
Right.
I'm suggesting, do we tell a story?
Well, you guys can go to any meeting
You
and
know,
do whatever you want.
But is it like a message from us? We've just spent, 20 hours here, gone line by line, i.e., we believe in the service, we believe in this, but we should prepare ourselves for something in the future. That's what I'm starting, with all this work, do we wanna tell a story, or are we just gonna, present a
That's a
document?
question for you guys.
That's what I'm tossing out.
My suggestion will be either myself or a group of myselves, go to, just before they start the budget deliberation, we explain this marathon that we've been through. And I'm sure there'll be, well, whatever. But explain to them that we went through everything and asked the hard questions. And we think this budget, with those exceptions, is solid. And then it's up to them. As long as they know what we did, when we did it, why we did it, the whole McGill. There's a lot that got done here over the last 4 days. And everything was looked at, everything.
So we also wanna make recommendations for them to start thinking about.
Well, we
That's the joint budget subcommittee, that would be my suggestion.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, in my world, you know, you aggregate everything, you go to your board of trustees, you tell them the story. Not necessarily present, this is the budget. You tell a big story about it, and what ramifications it has, and what risks there are in the future, so on and so forth. That's just me. You know, this has been important, I think, for us and for the public. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's, do we want to tell a story so it starts getting out there? Just my 2 cents.
If you're gonna
You
make
have
a
2 cents.
recommendation on fees, or like the free cash, those are great recommendations. I think if you wanted to add more color and value to that, like, and you wanna go further, that's certainly within your purview.
I'm trying to help you out too, you know what I mean?
Well, right, but
And the idea that there's risks out there.
We have a raised hand too, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You want to, go ahead, you
Yeah,
first.
I can certainly assist. I sense that you want to tell a story. We can record your recap, 1 or 2. Certainly that would allow you to tell the story from the beginning through, so it's done, and then that story can then be replayed as many times as necessary for the people as well as the council in order to be prepared, because I do agree. The key piece, and not so much, and I won't even go, the numbers don't matter. The fact that you've gone through and spent the hours and now are prepared to tell the story, that story needs to be told. Because there's an awful lot of people that will start at least thinking about, oh, wait a minute, experts have looked at this and they've gone into the details. They need to know that.
Okay, thanks. Mark?
Yeah, thank you, George. I think Steve just stole my thunder. You've been talking about a communication strategy to the various boards, but not a communication strategy to the general public. And Jamie reminded us a couple of times over the last few nights about, you know, the need to do things outside of council chambers, for example. And so I would love to see some time spent strategizing about how to share this with all of the work that you have all done, and I applaud you all for it. And sharing those results with the public who are oftentimes just not aware of any of the work that happens, like the work that you all did this week.
Thanks.
I guess maybe just,
Is that, no. Just a question for Steve. How many listens do you get for your podcast?
It varies respectfully by the topic and the nature of the discussion. Most of Jamie and I, when we were doing the 2020, COVID stuff, those were 50 to 100 each, and that was just on podcast downloads. It was also on the radio, et cetera. So they do reach as a not so well. Brutus, I captured the recording of some of his snow things, and those get into the thousands because people just like Brutus's voice.
Well, maybe we recruit Brutus.
Well,
to
ultimately, once you come up with,
We're really tired here, guys.
Yes, we are.
We're
But
starting to get a little dreary.
you use what you got. If you got a star,
once you get the
use-
script, I would propose you get the script together, then give him the script, and he can walk through it if he's willing. But that
No.
voice
No.
would certainly
that
change.
was intended as a joke, but.
Yeah.
It's gotta come from him.
We
It's
have
a
time
light
to
moment.
decide this, because we're not even
Yeah.
gonna look at the final.
I
until
think
May
the
20.
story is a partially in your just general correspondence about, hey, look, we did 18 hours review, we went line by line, we value all the services in here, we believe this is the baseline service that this town is expecting, we've done compromises, we've saved a little bit in free cash, we're trying to be judicious. I think there's a lot of telling of the story in there. I think where you're trying to go, Tom, is, and you may not need to do that now, is after this fiscal year, then what?
Bingo.
But that's why you want to be on the joint budget, that's why you're on the
Yeah.
joint budget, that's why you're on the joint budget, right? That's why Shannon wanted to be on it, because that's where this the council has given me the guidance that that's where the conversation is gonna be on this solution.
Yeah, but
So I
like,
think that Your values here, you're bringing that from the finance committee to that joint committee.
Like some of your frustration, so in other words, as you look at messaging,
Yeah.
you get consistent messages out of very different areas.
Yeah.
You know, some of your frustration is, no one's listening. No one's listening to town council, but maybe someone listens to the town council and hears the message. People listen to the finance committee, here's the message, it's consistent for every committee.
Right.
That's where,
That
that's
is
where
the
I'm
joint-
getting at.
The joint
The
budget
idea
subcommittee
of-
has to do that part of it.
But even this committee could come up with its own consistent message.
Well,
I mean,
You're right,
consistency,
you could, but,
it's consistency.
all right.
I guess one last thing, 15 seconds or less on my end. Thank you guys very much for being here and donating your entire week after work to this, to all the department heads that came in and got
Thanks, John.
questions, comments, and grilled by us and kind of everyone else watching just for the full 20 hours of time or whatever the final number is.
Kelly and somebody
Being
else.
part of the process, very much appreciated.
And just to add to that, for spouses of everyone who was, and kids and families whose spouses have now been here, you know, please thank your spouses if they don't watch this and relive the 20 hours with us, for letting you all be here and you guys be here. And
My husband recommended that I just stay over.
I haven't seen mine this week, so.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Seconded.
Already made it,
Non-debatable.
already seconded.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Well, thank you very much.